Chapter 1505. This was not his first time participating in the ancestral worship assembly. The last time he participated in the ancestral worship assembly was with his father, who had passed away long ago. At that time, their Hao family was also the first family to arrive. After arriving, they wanted to enter the spiritual array first, but they were stopped by these golden armored guards. Therefore, Hao Gui was already used to it. He looked at the guards he brought. The lowest cultivation was at the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, and several were at the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. All the elites of the Hao family were here. Therefore, this time, they could only succeed and not fail. Hao Gui wanted to bring his son along, but in the end, he dispelled this idea. This trip was extremely dangerous. If there was any accident, he could leave a descendant for the Hao family. Not long after, Huangfu Yunji also came. The lineup he brought was similar to Hao Gui's. They were all elites, and similarly, they did not bring any descendants. The two old friends who had known each other for many years looked at each other. They could see the ambition and helplessness in each other's eyes. They wanted to be ministers of the dragon, but they also knew that it was not so easy to be a minister of the dragon. If they were not careful, they would implicate their entire family and fall into the abyss. They were helpless because they were already in the same boat as the Qing family. It was impossible to continue thinking. Then, 3 more figures appeared in the square. They were the father and son of the Yu family and the head of the Han family, Han Shi. Han Shi looked at the huge team behind Hao Gui and smiled. Hao Gui, Huangfu Yunji, are you two going to worship the ancestors? Those who don't know would think that you are going to kill people. Hao Gui was stunned at first. Looking behind the 3 people, he could not help but be stunned when he found that there was no one behind them. Huangfu Yunji smiled and replied, Han Shi, you don't know. The 2 of us have too many enemies, so we still have to be careful. Yu Ingwan coldly snorted, the ancestral worship ground can only be entered by people of our 7 great families. Could it be that your enemies are people of our 7 great families? Hao Gui and Huangfu Yunji's mouths twitched, but they endured and did not get angry. A familiar voice faintly passed into everyone's ears. The 2 of you don't have to put on an act anymore. I'm sure the 2 of you know better than us who we've brought so many people here for. If the 2 of you don't mind, you can stand on the same side as us. The 3 of us will definitely welcome you with open arms. Everyone turned around. Qing Yunji, who was dressed in white, walked over with over 50 guards behind him. Yu Ingwan and Han Shi frowned. It seemed like the Qing clan had also turned out in full force. Haha, brother Qing, you're openly poaching my Yuan clan's people. That's not very nice of you. Just as Qing Yunji, Hao Gui, and the others were standing together, Yuan Shu appeared with Ying Yi. Qing Yunji narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Yuan Shu and Ying Yi. His expression was grave. Yuan Shu looked at the 100 people behind Qing Yunji and smiled. I heard brother Qing's words. These 100 people are for me, Yuan Shu, to see. Qing Yunji sneered, everyone knows that you, Yuan Shu, aren't willing to suffer a loss, but I didn't expect you to only bring a few people to the ancestral worship assembly. You must have a backup plan. Yuan Shu smiled and said, since you already know, then why are you still talking so much? Qing Yunji ignored him and looked at Yu Sanjiang. Oh, isn't this one of the 2 trash, Yu Sanjiang? How is it? Are your injuries healed? Yu Sanjiang replied, no need for Qing clan head to worry. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask Qing clan head to teach me. Qing Yunji snorted. Overestimating yourself. At this point, 6 of the 7 great clans had arrived. Only the Imperial clan and Yi Hao hadn't arrived. Not long later, the golden armored guards around the formation all looked towards the east. They lowered their heads and knelt down on one knee. Welcome Princess Ling, Yi Zhuge. As for the members of the 6 great clans, they stood calmly where they were, looking coldly at the figures of a man and a woman who were slowly walking over from the east. The woman among them was wearing a golden-colored dress. She came to the front of the crowd, glanced at them, and said in a clear voice, since everyone is here, let's go. Yes. The golden armored protector stood up and inserted all the spears in his hands into the ground. Suddenly, The huge spiritual array on the ground lit up and creaking sounds rang out. Next, Yi Hao walked to the center of the formation. He took out a jade pendant with the word Ling on it and threw it into the air. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy around the plaza turned into a white line and shot onto the jade pendant. Dong dong dong. The plaza sounded like the bells of a temple. White mist rose from the formation and soon, the entire plaza was covered in white mist. Ling Junyun looked at the white mist and hesitated. In the end, she still stepped into the formation. 2 golden pillars of light soared into the sky, and Yi Hao and Ling Junyun disappeared from the spiritual array. The other 6 great clans saw this and followed. Then, 1 golden light pillar after another lit up. After all the members of the 6 great clans were teleported away by the huge light pillar, a golden figure and a silver figure followed in. Behind them, there were 5 other figures who quietly followed them in. Finally, the golden armored guards pulled out their spears and the white mist dissipated. The dazzling light from the huge spiritual array dimmed once again, gradually disappearing. It was as if the huge spiritual array had never appeared in the square. The golden armored guards took their spears and left the place, heading to the other palace guards of the palace. Falling Sky District, Yuan Manor. The white-clothed banished immortal stood in Yuan Mu's courtyard with 4 black-clothed guards behind him. Mu Dao looked at the banished immortal and said angrily, "Banished immortal, what do you want? My young master is taking a nap. You're not allowed to enter." The banished immortal smiled and said, "It's not what I want. You should ask young master Shu what he wants. I don't care what you want. You're not allowed to enter. You're courting death." In his room, Yuan Mu frowned. But the reason he frowned wasn't because of the banished immortal, but because of what the bronze-masked man said. "What did you say? Is that person's mount under the spiritual vein of Green Mountain?" The bronze-masked man said in a heavy voice, "That's right. I just got the news." "How did you get the news?" "He spread it." Yuan Mu slammed the table and said angrily, "Why didn't you spread it earlier?" "Because Yuan Shu is keeping a close eye on it. I didn't have the time." Yuan Mu stood up and paced around the room. Finally, he decided, "No, I have to go personally. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." "What about here? Fang Yu, I'll leave this to you. You know what to do." Fang Yu hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." Then, white light lit up under Yuan Mu's feet and he disappeared from the room. Chapter 1506. There was an inn in the Falling Sky District. Zhongqing looked at the time in the sky and felt that it was about time, so he walked to the backyard of the inn. At this moment, not only was the inn's hired thug Du Xing standing in the backyard, Wu Wenyong in blue, but there were also 50 men of sacrifice recruited by Du Xing. They were all dressed in black and had samurai swords at their waists. Zhongqing came to the backyard of the inn and looked at the orderly crowd. He couldn't help but nod and say in a deep voice, "It's about time. Young master and the others should have already entered the place of ancestral worship. Let's kill our way to the Yuan mansion and wipe out the forces Yuan Shu left in the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Even if he's lucky enough to come back, he can only be a stray dog." Roar. No one said anything. Instead, they clenched their right fists and beat their chests with all their might. Thus, the group of people filed out of the inn's back door and went straight to the Yuan mansion. The people on the street didn't dare to say anything when they saw the murderous aura. They hurriedly ran to the side and made way for them. At this moment, in Yuan Mu's courtyard, Mu Dao was angrily looking at Banished Immortal, not allowing him to disturb Yuan Mu's afternoon nap. Banished Immortal waved his hand impatiently. The black-clothed men behind him immediately moved. Just as they were about to pull Mu Dao away, the door behind Mu Dao suddenly opened. Yuan Mu, dressed in white, stood quietly at the door. Banished Immortal looked at Yuan Mu and said with a smile, "Oh, young Master Mu, you're finally willing to come out." Yuan Mu smiled and said straightforwardly, "Banished Immortal, do you know your crime?" Banished Immortal couldn't believe his ears. He laughed and said, "Crime? Young Master Mu, I'm afraid you haven't even woken up from your afternoon nap. Didn't I just trespass into the courtyard? What crime did I commit?" "Banished Immortal, speak normally." Don't be so sarcastic. Mu Dao became angrier and angrier. He wanted to rush up, but Yuan Mu grabbed his arm. Mu Dao looked at Yuan Mu's palm and felt that something was strange. He remembered that young master's palm was very delicate and wasn't so prickly. He then looked at Yuan Mu's face. After seeing that it was young master, he calmed down and glared fiercely at Banished Immortal. Go away, little brat. This has nothing to do with you. Banished Immortal waved his hand impatiently at Mu Dao. He looked at Yuan Mu with a smile and said, Young Master Mu, I won't argue with you. Young Master Shu has invited you. Are you going or not? Yuan Mu stood calmly with one hand holding Mu Dao and the other behind his back. He said, I'm not going. Good for you, Yuan Mu. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yuan Shu must not have invited me for anything good. He must have asked you to invite me to see the King of Hell. When Mu Dao heard this, she was unable to restrain her anger and cursed at the exiled immortal. The exiled immortal ignored him and chuckled, so what if you guessed correctly? You have to go today even if you don't want to. Banished Immortal looked at the weak little attendant and the weak scholar with disdain. He smiled and said, Go, send them to heaven. Do it cleanly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 members of the dark group rushed out. Yuan Mu laughed heartily. The exiled immortal was puzzled. He asked, Yuan Mu, you're about to die. What are you laughing about? Yuan Mu's laughter gradually turned into a sneer. He softly said, Banished Immortal, I'm laughing at how you don't even know that you're about to die. What do you mean? The exiled immortal's pupils shrank. He was puzzled, but he quickly understood. Yuan Mu released his grip on Mu Dao. Without the restraint, Mu Dao was like a wild beast. She roared and her body began to emit a terrifying spiritual power. The exiled immortal felt a sense of suffocation when he faced that spiritual power. The 4 bodyguards who had rushed forward were tossed aside by Mu Dao as if they were trash. Banished Immortal froze in place. He watched as Mu Dao, who was only as tall as his waist, easily threw the 4 dark sect guards, who were a head taller than him, headfirst into the ground like javelins. Mu Dao grinned. The exiled immortal felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Mu Dao no longer had the childlike mischief from before. Instead, it was replaced by the evil and domineering aura of an ancient vicious beast. Mu Dao's black eyes gradually turned red. Her aura became more and more frightening. The exiled immortal asked himself. He had never seen an aura stronger than Mu Dao's. That aura even surpassed the spirit monarch realm. The exiled immortal's legs trembled. He involuntarily knelt on the ground and screamed, Is this still that little attendant? Why do you have such a powerful aura? Who are you? Mu Dao still chuckled. She didn't say anything, but her footsteps were getting closer and closer to the exiled immortal. The exiled immortal was terrified. He looked at the smiling Yuan Mu and said, Young Master Mu, I was wrong. It was all my fault in the past. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Before he finished speaking, Mu Dao charged in front of the exiled immortal and threw out a palm. Bang! The exiled immortal crashed into the wall of the courtyard. Blood slowly dripped from his forehead, dyeing the ground red. Mu Dao roared angrily. She wanted to charge forward again, but Yuan Mu suddenly appeared behind her. He stretched out 2 fingers and lightly tapped her forehead. Mu Dao's crimson-red eyes suddenly calmed down, and the aura that caused one's heart to palpitate gradually dissipated. Mu Dao's legs went soft. She was about to fall to the ground. Yuan Mu reached out and held Mu Dao in his arms. He frowned. Just now, he felt that the Yuan mansion had been invaded. According to the plan, it should be Yi Hao's people. Therefore, he stopped the furious Mu Dao. He didn't want Yi Hao to suspect their identities. Cough, cough. In the end, Banished Immortal, who was coughing up blood, hurriedly crawled to Yuan Mu's feet and begged, Young Master Mu, I was wrong. I really know my wrongs. You're a great person, please don't hold a grudge against a lowly person. Yuan Mu chuckled. He hugged Mu Dao with one hand and quickly tapped the exiled immortal's throat with 2 fingers on his right hand. No, young Master Mu, please spare me. The exiled immortal saw Yuan Mu coming at him. He hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Yuan Mu's fingers were as fast as lightning. He tapped the exiled immortal's throat and quickly retracted them. The exiled immortal opened his tightly shut eyes. When he found that he was still alive, he couldn't help but feel excited. He wanted to thank Yuan Mu, but he couldn't make a sound. He looked at Yuan Mu in confusion. At that moment, a young man in blue rushed over with several black-clothed death guards. The exiled immortal's pupils constricted. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. Wu Wenyong, who was running over, was shocked to see the exiled immortal kneeling on the ground. He quickly protected Yuan Mu, then looked at the bleeding exiled immortal with vigilance. Chapter 1507. Wu Wenyong realized that Zhejian had no intention of attacking Yuan Mu, so he asked, "Young Master Mu, what's wrong? We just entered the Yuan mansion and heard a commotion. We were worried that something had happened to you, so I brought a few men and rushed over." Yuan Mu said calmly, "Yuan Shu sent Zhejian to kill me, but he was defeated by my guards." Wu Wenyong looked around and realized that the 4 men from the dark sect had died tragically. When he looked at Yuan Mu again, there was more respect in his eyes. Wu Wenyong looked at Zhejian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Young Master Mu, what do you plan to do with Zhejian?" Yuan Mu turned around with Mu Dao in his arms and said softly, "I'll leave it to you. I'm tired." "Yes." Wu Wenyong waved his hand and 2 men of sacrifice immediately lifted Zhejian. Wu Wenyong looked at Yuan Mu's back and said, "In that case, we won't disturb young Master Mu's rest. We'll leave now." Then, the group left Yuan Mu's courtyard. After Yuan Mu placed Mu Dao on the bed in the room, he suddenly knelt on one knee and held his chest in pain. Then, his face changed drastically and he became a completely different person. Then, he took out a bronze mask and put it on. He looked deeply at Mu Dao, who was sleeping soundly, and hid in the darkness. Just as Yi Hao and the others entered the ancestral worship grounds, something big happened in Tianyuan New City, thousands of miles away. The Yueluan Empire began to send out an ambassador. They wanted the Tianyuan Empire to become their vassal kingdom. However, the ambassador did not even see Yi Hao after entering the new city. Hu Sanyang and the others were the only ones receiving him. The messenger was furious when he couldn't see Yi Hao. He thought that Yi Hao was too rude and didn't take the Yueluan Empire seriously. When the messenger reported the situation to the Yueluan Emperor, the Yueluan Emperor was furious. He gave the Tianyuan Empire 3 days to ask for Yi Hao's forgiveness. Otherwise, the Tianyuan Empire would be destroyed. At this moment, everyone in the palace of Tianyuan New City was in a mess. They didn't know what to do with this news. The Full Moon Empire has a spirit emperor expert. What should we do? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just have to fight. He's delusional if he wants Xiao Di to apologize to him. That's easy for you to say. They're a 5th-rank empire. They can just send out a spirit monarch elite and destroy our empire. Then what do you think we should do? We can't really bow down to him and beg for forgiveness, right? If we do that, our dignity will be gone. Everyone expressed their opinions in the hall, but no one could reach a consensus. Thus, they looked at the 2 women in the hall, waiting for them to make a decision. Hu Sanyang thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "We can only try to stall for time. Also, we need to calm down the people of the kingdom of Tianyuan so that they don't panic." Yi Yi then said, "That's right, Sanyang is right. Furthermore, I know the Yueluan Empire well. Even if we surrender, they won't let us off easily." At this moment, Yi Yi's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. This was because the Yueluan Empire's actions reminded her of something that happened in the past. Hu Sanyang looked at Yi Yi's dazed eyes and said firmly, "Let's do it this way. Anyone who tries to make peace will be killed." Hu Sanyang pulled out the soft sword at her waist and pointed it at the table in the hall. She chopped off a corner of the table, emitting a majestic aura. Everyone below the stage shrunk their necks and felt a chill in their hearts. They all kept quiet. Hong Yang, who was in the crowd, looked at the 2 women on the stage with a strange light in his eyes. Qingshan Empire, under Qingshan. At the intersection of the 7 spiritual veins, there was a slightly raised platform. Suddenly, 2 golden pillars of light flashed on the platform. As the light scattered, a man and a woman appeared on the platform. Yi Hao looked around and realized that he was surrounded by walls. In front of him was a pitch-black corridor that led to an unknown place. Yi Hao felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here. He felt that it was extremely dense and couldn't help but praise, as expected of the intersection of the 7 spiritual veins. The spiritual qi here is much denser than outside. Of course. Ling Junyun, who was wearing a golden dress, pointed at the pitch-black corridor and said, "That corridor leads to the ancestral worship ground. Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, many golden pillars of light lit up on the platform one after another. Many figures appeared. For many people, it was their first time here. They couldn't help but marvel at the density of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here. Only the 6 family heads were unmoved. They stared at the corridor in front of them. Ling Junyun and Yi Hao walked at the front, followed by Yuan Shu, Ying Yi, the Yu family's father and son, and Han Shi. Following them were Qing Yunji, Huangfu Yunji, and Hao Gui. Finally, there were more than 100 cultivators from the 3 great clans. Ling Junyun had just taken a step when the corridor suddenly lit up with specks of golden light, extending all the way to the end of the corridor. Everyone followed behind Ling Junyun for about an hour. The narrow corridor suddenly widened. Originally, it could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Now, it could accommodate 5 people walking side by side. Their field of vision also widened considerably. Yi Hao walked along and carefully observed. He discovered that the walls on both sides of the corridor were carved with strange glyphs. For some reason, these glyphs seemed unfathomable and difficult to understand. However, in his eyes, they were abnormally easy to understand. Moreover, they felt very familiar. Yi Hao quietly walked up and asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Is there something suppressed in the ancestral worship ground under this green mountain?" Ling Junyun was puzzled. She replied, "I've never heard Imperial Father mention it. On my way here, I carefully observed these glyphs. When connected together, I discovered that it was a corner of some great suppression formation. Do you think Yuan Shu's plan is related to the thing suppressed?" "It's possible." Ling Junyun's expression was somewhat grave. She said, "However, if there really is something suppressed here, then it'll be troublesome. This is the intersection of the 7 great spirit veins. Using the spiritual energy of the 7 great spirit veins to suppress it, you can imagine just how terrifying that thing is. Right now, we can only take 1 step at a time." After saying that, Yi Hao continued to observe the glyphs on the walls. At this moment, everyone walked out of the corridor and arrived in a spacious cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge platform. On top of the platform, there were 7 spirit tablets carved from sandalwood. Around the spirit tablets, there were many praying mats, which seemed to be for people to worship and rest. Apart from this huge platform and a few prayer mats, there was nothing else in the cave. Chapter 1508. Ling Junyun pointed at the huge platform and said, "This is the place where we worship our ancestors in the Qingshan Empire. The 7 tablets on the platform are the ancestors of our 7 great clans. You can kneel in front of the tablets of your ancestors and start worshipping them. This is the ancestral ground. I see that other than the spirit qi being thicker, there's nothing different." Qing Yunji suddenly stood up and looked around the cave. Ling Junyun and Yi Hao didn't talk to him. They wanted to find a praying mat to sit under the Ling family ancestors' memorial tablet, but they were stopped by Qing Yunji. Yuan Shu and the others were also surrounded by the Qing clan and the other 2 clans. Ling Junyun was slightly angry and shouted, "Qing Yunji, what is the meaning of this? This is the ancestral ground. Killing is not allowed here." Qing Yunji sneered and didn't even look at her. Yuan Shu smiled and said, "Princess Ling, can't you see that Qing Yunji wants to rebel? He wants all of us to stay in this cave. Yuan Shu, you're so fearless. Take out whatever trump card you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Qing Yunji sneered. "What trump card can I have? I just have a small thing to take out." Qing Yunji's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yu Wenshu's hand. Suddenly, Yu Wenshu laughed and said, "Why are you so nervous? I'm just taking out a jade Buddha stone." As he spoke, a Buddha-shaped jade appeared in Yu Wenshu's hand. Yi Hao and Yu Sanjiang looked over and their hearts trembled. Then, Yu Wenshu snapped his fingers and said, "Yu Sanjiang, didn't you say that you would ask Qing Yunji for advice? I'll give you the chance today." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Sanjiang, who was wielding his 1-meter-long sword, uncontrollably charged towards Qingyun City. "Sanjiang." Yu Yingluan extended his hand, but grabbed onto nothing. He anxiously said, "Sanjiang, wait for me, father will come and help you." Qing Yunji smiled. "Yu Wenshu, is this your trump card? You're underestimating me. The Yu family's father and son are just a big piece of trash and a small piece of trash. Come at me together." The Yu father and son attacked Qingyun together. The cultivators of the other 3 clans also took out their weapons and attacked Yu Wenshu and the others who were surrounded. Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Unknowingly, Yi Hao suddenly stood on the platform with the red Wu Dao sword in his hand. He kicked the 7 tablets away before stabbing the sword into the ground. Wang! A red spiritual power surged out from the stage and wrapped tightly around Yi Hao's arm. Yi Hao's eyes were red as he growled, "Open." The Wu Dao sword stabbed into the stage like it was a keyhole. It began to slowly turn and spun faster and faster until the stage was split in half. Seeing this, Yu Wenshu was happy. Success. The others didn't understand. Not only did the others not understand, even Yi Hao who was doing this didn't understand. After Yu Wenshu snapped his fingers, he suddenly felt his body heat up. His eyes were red as he pulled out his Wu Dao sword and rushed towards the stage. After standing on the stage, a voice in his mind kept telling him, "Stab it, open it, stab it, open it." Thus, Yi Hao couldn't help but stab the Wu Dao sword into the stage. Then, the stage shattered as if a seal had been opened. The entire cave began to distort. Everyone felt a headache and a tightness in their chest. Then, their vision turned black and they all disappeared. After everyone disappeared, the runes on the cave walls also disappeared. At the foot of an unknown mountain range 10,000 miles away from Green Mountain, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion looked in the direction of Green Mountain, seeming to have some thoughts. Sitting on the coffin, he put down the golden book in his hand and counted with his fingers. A faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "I didn't expect that guy to break the seal before me. It looks like the old guy was right. Hee, it'll be my turn soon." Then, he picked up the golden book on the coffin and murmured, "To be honest, the current ancient demon region is really boring. It's getting worse and worse with each generation." Alas! Ling Junyun, who felt a bit dizzy, stood up from the ground with great effort. She was a bit surprised when she looked around. It was because she was in a lush forest at the moment. The cave where a great change had taken place had disappeared. She looked around and suddenly found a golden figure lying not far away. She hurriedly ran over and called out, "Little Jiao, wake up. Why are you here?" The golden armor opened its eyes in a daze and held its forehead as it recalled, "I don't know either. At that time, I was hiding in that cave. Suddenly, I felt a huge suction force pulling me. Then, my vision turned black and I lost consciousness." Ling Junyun thought carefully and said, "It looks like it has something to do with that stage. Maybe it's like what Yi Hao said. Something incredible is sealed here. If that stage is a lock, then Yi Hao is the key to it. That's why Yu Wenshu helped Yi Hao win the competition at all costs, so as to control him and use him to break the seal here." Golden Armor had completely regained his consciousness now. He said, "Princess, do you think the Emperor came here 10 years ago and something happened that caused him to be in a coma? It's completely possible. There was nothing in that stage, but this place is like a different world." Ling Junyun put away her thoughts and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's find Yi Hao first." Yu Wenshu came prepared. "I'm afraid he'll be in danger." "Yes." The two of them had not walked far when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting. They followed the sound and found that the father and son of the Yu family and Han Shi were surrounded by Hao Gui and his men. "Princess, should we make a move?" Ling Junyun suppressed Golden Armor, who was about to make a move. She shook her head and said, "Let's wait a little longer." Han Shi, who was surrounded, looked at the dozen or so cultivators with unfriendly expressions and the smiling Hao Gui. He said, "Where is this place? Why didn't Yuan Shu tell us?" Yu Yingwan said with a cold expression, "You're dreaming if you expect Yuan Shu to tell you everything. Father, do you know where this place is?" Yu Sanjiang's heart skipped a beat. Yu Yingwan said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know where this place is, the disaster 10 years ago must have something to do with this place." Han Shi's eyes lit up. He said, "You mean, that's right." Yu Yingwan said to himself, "If I remember correctly, the tallest mountain here is the goal of Yuan Shu's trip." Chapter 1509. Han Shi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yu Yingwan recalled, 10 years ago, my father was bedridden after returning from the place of ancestral worship. He passed away the next day. I always felt that my father's death was very strange, so I flipped through the notes he left behind when he was alive. It recorded this forest and also recorded that in this space, there was a very terrifying thing sealed on the highest mountain. Damn Yuan Shu! Han Shi growled and said, "He's been lying to us. I didn't expect Yuan Shu to know how to get here. I've really fallen into his trap." Hey, what are you guys whispering about?" Hao Gui looked at Yu Yingwan and the other two impatiently and said, "I said that I'll give you two choices. Submit to me, or die." Yu Sanjiang snorted coldly, "You? Don't even think about it." Hao Gui smiled and said, "You're young, but your tone is quite big. Go, kill them." With that, the surrounding cultivators swarmed forward, and everyone fell into a chaotic battle. Behind the tree, Ling Junyun looked at the Golden Armor and asked, "Little Jiao, did you hear what they said just now?" "Of course." The Golden Armor said proudly, "Hao Gui is at the Spirit Emperor realm, so he naturally can't hear it clearly. But I'm different. I'm the Spirit Emperor. No matter how soft they are, they can't hide it from my ears." After Ling Junyun heard this, she looked at the sky and saw a mountain piercing through the clouds. "Let's go. Since we know where Yuan Shu will be, we'll just go there and wait for him." The Golden Armor stood up and asked, "What about them?" Ling Junyun glanced at him and said casually, "Since they revealed such an important piece of information, let's help them. Hurry up, I'll wait for you in front." "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden figure suddenly appeared behind Hao Gui. Hao Gui suddenly realized. Just as he was about to retreat, the Golden Armor grabbed Hao Gui's throat and lifted him into the air. Hao Gui's face flushed red. The more he struggled, the more he could not breathe. The Golden Armor casually threw Hao Gui away and he was sent flying. He crashed into a few trees and broke them. Then, the Golden Armor slapped the cultivator closest to him. The cultivator bled from his 7 orifices and died on the spot. In just 3 breaths of time, the 10+ cultivators who had been clamoring earlier all fell to the ground, dead. Han Shi was both happy and nervous. Before he could say anything, the Golden Armor had already disappeared. Yu Yingwan carried Hao Gui in his hands and said anxiously, "Don't worry about who he is, let's go to that mountain first." "All right." Han Shi nodded. Then, he looked at the unconscious Hao Gui and asked, "That's good, but why did you bring Hao Gui with you? No matter what, he's still the head of one of the 7 great clans. It's not appropriate to leave him behind like this. Let's go." The 3 of them also began to rush towards the mountain. Beside a small stream, Qing Yunji looked around in a daze. He then saw the mountain that reached into the sky. His expression changed and he charged towards it. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Wenshu looked at the mountain greedily. Ying Yi stood at the side and stared at Yi Hao, who was panting heavily on the ground, in case Yi Hao ran away. Yi Hao's spiritual qi, which had been depleted when he broke the seal, had recovered about 30%. His strength had also recovered a little. He looked up at Yuan Shu and asked, "Where is this place?" Yu Wenshu laughed. "Here. This is the real ancestral ground. Haha, those idiots must have been teleported somewhere else. They won't be able to stop me in a short time. This way, I can carry out my plan without any scruples." Yu Wenshu took out a black pearl and asked, "You must be familiar with this, right?" Yi Hao found it familiar. He immediately said, "This is the world that your Yu Wen clan contributed during the first round of the trial. The world where demonic beasts ran amok." "That's right," Yu Wenshu said, "it's all thanks to this. Not only did we not get separated, but it also accurately teleported us to the foot of the mountain. You really came prepared. What do you want to do?" "Noisy." Yu Wenshu slapped Yi Hao's face and sneered. "I didn't ask you. Don't talk." Yu Wenshu put away the pearl and started climbing the mountain. Ying Yi pointed at Yi Hao's forehead. Yi Hao fainted. Ying Yi carried him on his shoulder and started climbing the mountain with Yu Wenshu. The mountain was very high. After climbing for a few hours, Yu Wenshu and the others were only halfway up the mountain. However, the closer they got to the top, the more excited Yu Wenshu became. At the same time, the black bracelet on his right wrist started vibrating. The three rested for a while and continued on their way. After a few more hours, the three were finally close to the top of the mountain. While resting, Ying Yi came to Yu Wenshu and asked, "Master, we've been climbing for 16 hours, but the sun in the sky has always been in the same position. It hasn't moved at all. What's going on?" Yu Wenshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This is a small sealed space. There are no other exits besides the cave, so very few people know about this place. That old guy only got a few demonic pearls from here and the news of a monster being sealed in this mountain. Other than that, there's nothing else. It seems that this place is indeed unusual. Even if the sun doesn't set, it should at least move. All right, don't worry about the sun. Let's climb the mountain as soon as possible." Yu Wenshu walked in front, and Ying Yi carried Yi Hao. The three of them headed for the top of the mountain. Before the three of them reached the peak, a white figure suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. The white figure's eyes were covered with a white cloth. He came to the center of the mountain, where a black altar was placed. He seemed to be able to see the black altar. He slowly squatted down and reached out to touch it. He said, Yu Wenshu, I'm afraid you're going to become someone else's wedding dress." This person was Yu Wonmu, who had rushed over from the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Yu Wonmu didn't stay at the altar for long. He found a hidden cave and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a strand of his soul floated out of his body. Yu Wonmu, whose soul had left his body, saw Yu Wenshu and the other two who were about to reach the top of the mountain. He also saw Ling Junyun and Yi Hao halfway up the mountain. He also saw the others who were climbing or approaching the mountain. He chuckled and suddenly slammed into the ground. The scene of his soul being torn apart didn't appear. After Yu Wonmu drilled into the ground, he very clearly rushed to the bottom of the mountain. Not long after, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. In the deepest part of the mountain, there was a black altar. On the black altar, there was a huge demonic beast. The demonic beast's body was wrapped in countless arm-thick chains. Chapter 15:10. The moment Yu Wonmu saw the demonic beast, his pupils shrank. He murmured, "I didn't think it would be you. But you look a bit too pitiful right now." Yu Wonmu gently floated to the demonic beast's side. He looked at the demonic beast's black scales, the two deformed horns on its head, and its mountain-like body. He nodded. "Hey, wake up. Sleeping after eating? Don't you want to exercise? Look at how fat you are. Still sleeping? Wake up, I want to chat with you." Yu Wonmu softly called out to the demonic beast on the black altar. Roar! The demonic beast let out a low roar, then slowly opened its red eyes. When it saw the shadow floating in front of it, it impatiently waved its claws. At the same time, there was the sound of chains rubbing against the walls at the bottom of the mountain. Go away, don't disturb my sleep." Yu Wonmu gently swayed his body, still floating around the demonic beast. He smiled and said, "You still have the mood to sleep. Someone is eyeing your spiritual power. Can you still sleep?" The demonic beast continued to speak. "Eyeing my spiritual power? In the ancient demon area? Who dares? What do you think?" Yu Wonmu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. The demonic beast lowered its head and didn't speak. Yu and Mu seemed to be old acquaintances with the demonic beast. He asked, "Speaking of which, how did you survive after that war? I couldn't find you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be here." The demonic beast sighed and recalled. 100 years ago, I was seriously injured and was saved by 7 young people from the ancient demon area. Those 7 people are the 7 ancestors of the 7 great clans of the Qingshan Empire. Yu and Mu probed. That's right, those 7 people. The demonic beast paused for a moment before continuing. Later, I found a place with abundant spiritual energy and began to heal myself. Then, in order to repay the 7 young people for saving my life, I allowed them to build an empire on top of the spirit vein. Then, he opened up his broken small world and let them go in to find their own opportunities. Among them, the young man from the Ling family found the greatest opportunity. He found a cultivation method. Later, I heard that he became the leader of the 7 great families and became the royal family. Then, I made an agreement with the 7 young people. They would use the spiritual power of the 7 spirit veins to seal my presence and let me stay in the small world to heal. Then, every 10 years, they would bring their descendants to the small world to find their own opportunities. But they had to have the red Wu Dao sword that I gave them. So this is the so-called ancestral worship assembly. Yu and Mu thought, then he said, for 100 years, but 10 years ago, there was a disaster and I. To tell you the truth, I only found out about it by chance. Roar. The demonic beast roared and suddenly stood up on the altar. The chains on his body rattled. The demonic beast glared with red eyes and said angrily, "Who dared to use the forbidden technique of spirit array displacement to steal my spiritual power?" Yuan Shu chuckled and said, "I'm afraid you're not worried about your spiritual power being stolen. You're worried about your presence being exposed and attracting something you shouldn't be attracting. In the battle back then, Master died. In order to hide from the disaster, I fled to the ancient demon domain. Do you really want me to die today? I can help you." The demonic beast looked at Yuan Mu in confusion and asked, "Why?" Yuan Mu stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes suddenly blazed. "Because that person has returned." "What?" The demonic beast's body trembled. Its red eyes opened as wide as copper bells. It was full of disbelief. At the same time, on top of the mountain, Yuan Shu was in a good mood as he looked down at the beautiful scenery below. Behind him, Ying Yi put Yi Hao to the side and stretched out a finger to touch Yi Hao's forehead. Yi Hao suddenly woke up. Yuan Shu smiled and said, "Awake?" Yi Hao looked at the unfamiliar environment and asked, "Where is this place? Why did you bring me here?" "This place is about to give birth to the strongest person in the Qingshan Empire." Yuan Shu smiled gloomily and said, "Oh no, it should be the strongest person in the entire ancient demon domain." "What do you mean?" Yi Hao was puzzled. Yuan Shu pointed to a black altar in the middle of the field and smiled. "Do you know what that is?" Yi Hao looked in the direction Yuan Shu was pointing at and discovered a black altar. He took a closer look and suddenly felt that it was very familiar. He was both shocked and angry. "That's a spiritual array displacement, a forbidden array. Is there something here that you want to steal its spiritual energy?" Yuan Shu's eyes lit up. "Hey!" Yuan Shu was a little surprised. This spirit array displacement was something he found in the remains of his ancestors. It was extremely precious and had never been leaked. How did Yi Hao know about it? For some reason, information about spirit array displacement appeared in Yi Hao's mind. The so-called spirit array displacement is when the person who displaces and the person who is being replaced are placed on the same altar. Then, the person who displaces the person will cast a spell to replace something of the person. That something can be spiritual power, appearance, or even life. Because this array is extremely overbearing and evil, it has been listed as a forbidden array since a long time ago. How did you get this array? Yuan Shu was more and more surprised. He asked curiously, "That's right, spirit array displacement does have this ability. But how did you know? This is a very confidential matter." Yi Hao was stunned. He thought to himself, that's right. Why do I know this? Why do I feel so familiar with this? Yuan Shu saw Yi Hao's indifference and sneered. It's fine if you don't want to say it. In any case, this spirit array displacement has a huge flaw. When it's activated, it requires a very powerful spiritual power. I see that your spiritual power is not bad. When the time comes, you will take the lead. Yi Hao's face darkened. What kind of joke is this? You don't have enough spiritual power, yet you want to borrow other people's spiritual power. Do you know that this will not only take other people's spiritual power, but also their lives? At this moment, Yuan Shu seemed a little crazy. He laughed loudly and said, I know, but so what? What does it have to do with me? Yuan Shu took off the bracelet on his right hand and crushed it. Suddenly, waves of spiritual power were released from the broken bracelet. Chapter 15:11. The streaks of spiritual energy disappeared and were replaced by hundreds of black figures. Yi Hao stood up and looked at the crowd. His expression became more and more serious. These people were all at least at the 7th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. There were many 8th level Spirit Emperors and a few 9th level Spirit Emperors. Although these people's cultivation was terrifying, their eyes were empty and lifeless, showing a sickly appearance. Yi Hao understood that these people were being controlled by Yuan Shu using his grandmother's Jiyu Heart Stone. Sure enough, the moment Yuan Shu took out the Jade Buddha Stone, everyone knelt down. Yuan Shu, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, roared with laughter, I have 300 high-level Spirit Emperors helping me. I don't believe I can't activate this spiritual array replacement. Yi Hao's hands and feet went cold. He couldn't imagine 300 streaks of spiritual energy turning into one and pouring into the black altar. In the depths of the mountain range, the huge demonic beast clearly felt the abnormality at the top of the mountain. Its expression became unsightly. Damn it, I didn't expect the Yuan clan to be scheming against me from the beginning. Yuan Mu was silent. They must have learned of the origin of this altar in the small world, so during the past 100 years, while I was asleep, they secretly built an identical black altar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to complete the construction of the altar in such a short time. On the top of the mountain, Yuan Shu stood proudly on the black altar. Our Yuan clan spent 100 years planning this plan. Today, it will finally be completed by me, Yuan Shu. The one standing here should have been Yuan Mu, but unfortunately, he was blinded by me and missed the opportunity to become the clan head. So, he won't have the chance to know this secret. Originally, this altar had been completed 10 years ago. That old man had been preparing to start this plan 10 years ago. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. 10 years ago, not only did a disaster happen, but he also failed to find the person whose eyes turned red after holding my Dao sword. However, I found him. All of this is God's will. Ha ha ha. The demonic beast suddenly lay down and said disdainfully, even if the spiritual array replacement has been arranged, so what? This spiritual array not only requires a large amount of spiritual energy to activate, it also requires a person holding my Dao sword and having crimson eyes. I've been waiting for that person for 100 years. I don't believe it'll happen this time. Yuan Mu smiled and said, I came to the ancient devil domain a year ago. Do you know why I came to the ancient devil domain? The demonic beast muttered, how would I know what you're here for? Our goal is the same. We are all waiting for that person to appear. If that person doesn't appear, why would I come to the ancient demon domain? No way. The magical beast panicked. Yuan Shu said seriously, devouring heaven, didn't I say it already? That person is back, so the spiritual array replacement will definitely succeed today. The heaven-devouring beast panicked and said, doesn't that mean I'm dead for sure? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget who created this spiritual array substitution. The sky-devouring beast remained silent, but the black altar beneath its feet that had not moved for 100 years suddenly lit up. On top of the mountain, Yuan Shu held the Jade Buddha stone and gently snapped his fingers. Yi Hao was stunned. He drew his sword and silently walked to Yuan Shu's side. Just as Yuan Shu was about to order Yi Hao, Yi Hao's expression suddenly turned cold. He raised his sword and stabbed at Yuan Shu. At the same time, a silver figure flashed in front of him. The silver figure drew an ancient sword from his waist and stabbed at Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu stood in place and pushed his palm forward. Yi Hao and the silver figure's attacks were blocked. Yuan Shu coldly snorted and the two frantically retreated. Yuan Shu looked at the young warrior in silver armor with a gloomy expression and said, "Aren't you the old emperor's guard? Why are you here?" He then looked at Yi Hao, who had drawn his sword, and instantly understood. "So the old emperor bestowed his guard to you? You've been lying to me." Yi Hao said solemnly, "That's right, I knew that the jade Buddha stone you gave me contained the seed Gu Heartstone, and I've already solved it." "Impossible." Yuan Shu's eyes narrowed, and he said, "The ancient demon domain doesn't have anything that can solve the seed Gu Heartstone. How did you do it?" "Yes, the ancient demon domain doesn't have it, but the chaos world does." Yuan Shu suddenly thought of something and sneered, "It seems like that mysterious woman helped you solve the seed Gu Heartstone's bewitchment. So, you've been pretending to be bewitched by me, but in reality, you've been using me. If I didn't do that, how could I borrow the Yuan family's strength to break through to the 8th Order Spirit Emperor realm? If I didn't do that, how could I win the Heavenly Street Convention? If I didn't do that, how could I come to the ancestral worship ground and find out your real plan? You know what? I hate it when people use me." Yuan Shu's robe fluttered without wind, and a Spirit Emperor's pressure soared to the sky. He roared, "Because it makes me look stupid." Yin Jia's face was solemn, and he said, "Oh no, he's a 3rd Order Spirit Emperor realm. I'm afraid I'm no match for him." Yi Hao circulated his cultivation and said in a low voice, "There's no other way. We can't let him activate the seed array replacement." One on the left and one on the right, the two of them attacked Yuan Shu together. Yuan Shu stood proudly, letting the two's attacks land on his body. "I'll let you feel the difference between us." Bang, bang. Yuan Shu punched Yin Jia's ancient sword, and Yin Jia's body bent, and he crashed into the mountain wall. Yuan Shu punched again, and Yi Hao felt pain in his abdomen. Yuan Shu grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. You're just an 8th Order Spirit Emperor. So what if I don't control you? The seed array replacement must be activated today. Don't hurt my master. Let go of the young emperor. Yuan Shu, die. 3 magical beast silhouettes, a black sky pisser, a green flowing water spear, a javelin, and 3 long arrows flashing with purple lightning, pierced through the air and attacked the disheveled Yuan Shu. Bang, bang, bang. Although countless explosions sounded on Yuan Shu's body, unfortunately, they didn't leave a single mark on him. Yuan Shu sneered and lightly threw Yi Hao onto the altar. The moment Yi Hao was thrown onto the altar, the black altar lit up with bursts of white light. It seems that old fart didn't lie to me. Only someone with a sword and scarlet eyes can activate this seed array replacement, ha ha ha. Yuan Shu stepped on Yi Hao's face, and the white light on the altar became brighter. Chapter 15:12. Ju Tong and the other 4 hurriedly rushed over. Facing Yuan Shu, who had the strength of a 3rd-level Spirit Emperor, they all used their full strength. Unfortunately, they were not Spirit Emperors. Even if they were half-step Spirit Emperors, there was still a big gap between them and a true Spirit Emperor. Ju Tong's group and silver armor rushed forward again. But this time, before they could get close to the altar, the 6 of them were bounced back by a huge wave of spiritual energy. That wave of spiritual energy came from the black altar beneath Yuan Shu's feet. The altar has begun to activate. None of you can stop me. Yuan Shu's hair was disheveled as he laughed towards the sky. Yi Hao. Yuan Shu. What is this? 3 different voices sounded from the top of the mountain. They were Ling Junyun, Yu Ingwan, and Qing Yunji. Ling Junyun brought gold armor to silver armor's group. Yu Ingwan, Han Shi, and the other 2 stood together. Qing Yunji stood in front of Huangfu Yunji and the others. When they were climbing the mountain, they suddenly felt something strange at the top of the mountain. So, they hurried over and saw this scene. Yu Ingwan's gaze swept over Yuan Shu's back. Suddenly, he seemed to have seen something. His face was very gloomy as he said angrily, Yuan Shu, what did you do to my Qing family? Why did they become like this? Neither human nor ghost. Father, they must have been bewitched by Yuan Shu. Yu Sanjiang took out the jade Buddha stone and threw it on the ground. Han Shi cursed, Yuan Shu, you damned thing. We trusted you in vain. You didn't even let our people go. Qing Yunji said indifferently, Yuan Shu, although I don't know what you're doing, since you've become public enemy number one, I naturally can't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Ling Juanyun's face was cold as she said, let Yi Hao go. Yuan Shu impatiently picked his ear and said with a smile, so noisy. Since you have such opinions about me, why don't you all come at me together? Arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Although Yuan Shu was a third-order spirit monarch, Jin Jiao and Qing Yunji were second-order spirit monarchs, and Silver Armor was first-order spirit monarch. There were also many 8th and 9th-order spirit emperors. Yuan Shu kicked Yi Hao away. Yi Hao clutched his stomach and lay on the altar in pain. Yuan Shu looked at the people who didn't move and mocked them. What? You don't dare move? Since you're not moving, let's begin. As soon as he said that, the black-clothed death warrior standing behind Yuan Shu suddenly moved. Everyone was on high alert. Just as they were about to attack, they suddenly froze in place. Although the men of sacrifice behind Yuan Shu had moved, they weren't coming for them. Instead, they were rushing towards the black altar. Everyone thought that Yuan Shu was going to use some kind of trick, but to their surprise, Yuan Shu placed his hands on the heads of the two death warriors. Not long after, the bodies of the two death warriors quickly withered and turned into two skeletons that casually fell to the ground. Yuan Shu's aura imperceptibly increased. Cough, cough. Yi Hao clutched his stomach and said, quick, stop him. He's accumulating energy to activate the spiritual array. He's going to steal the spiritual energy from the thing sealed in the depths of the mountain range. At that time, his realm will only get higher and higher, and all of us will die. Qing Yunji rushed out from the crowd and raised his right fist. He rushed towards the altar and muttered, although I don't know what you're talking about, you're right. We can't let Yuan Shu's cultivation increase. Otherwise, we will all die. Wang. The expected scene of Qing Yunji being repelled by the altar's spiritual energy did not happen. Qing Yunji directly passed through the altar's protective barrier and arrived on top of it. Qing Yunji faced Yuan Shu, who was smiling sinisterly, and punched. Yuan Shu did not resist and allowed Qing Yunji's fist to hit his stomach. Suddenly, Qing Yunji's expression changed and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He realized that the cultivation he had worked so hard to cultivate was falling rapidly. He had just been a second-order spirit emperor, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen to a first-order spirit emperor. He looked at the white bones on the ground and had no doubt that if this continued, he would end up like those white bones. Yi Hao frowned and struggled to get up. He kicked Qing Yunji, and Qing Yunji was kicked off the altar by Yi Hao. His rapidly falling cultivation stopped at the first-order spirit emperor. Qing Yunji, who was lying on the ground, panted heavily. Yuan Shu was very unhappy and used a whip kick to throw Yi Hao away. He said angrily, it wasn't easy for a spirit emperor to come, and you actually ruined it. Scram. Ju Tong and the others quickly caught Yi Hao. What should we do now? Going in is no different from suicide. Let's attack from a distance. Even if we can't kill him, we have to disrupt him. We can't let him succeed so easily. After saying that, everyone's attacks surged toward Yuan Shu from all directions. Unfortunately, before they could get close to Yuan Shu, they were all blocked by the altar's protective barrier. At this time, there were more than 50 white bones under Yuan Shu's feet. Yuan Shu's cultivation was also rising rapidly. Everyone couldn't help but fall into despair. Some even had thoughts of running away. Run! Where can we run to? Yi Hao said seriously, let's not talk about whether we can get out. Even if we can, with Yuan Shu's cultivation, no one in the entire ancient demon realm will be his opponent. Where can we run to? Everyone's face darkened and fell into silence. Ling Junyun asked, Yi Hao, do you have any ideas? Yi Hao pondered for a moment, then said, This spiritual array replacement can only succeed if both parties are on the altar. If one party leaves the altar, then it will be ineffective. Qing Yunji held his shriveled hand and walked over. He said, "You mean to chase Yuan Shu off the altar?" "No." Yi Hao's eyes were red. He said, "Yuan Shu caused such a big commotion. Logically speaking, the thing in the depths of the mountain should have made a move. But until now, there has been no movement. There can only be one explanation. It's sealed and can't leave the altar. Since that's the case, we'll help it break the seal and leave the altar." Everyone was stunned. Not to mention how to break the seal, they didn't even know where the thing was in the depths of the mountain. It was a fool's dream to do it. Yi Hao looked at Yuan Shu calmly. "Right now, we can't do anything to Yuan Shu. We can only give it a try. Spirit Monarch Realm cultivators can use their divine souls to travel. After our divine souls travel, don't attack Yuan Shu anymore. Instead, attack the black-clothed death warriors behind him. Don't let Yuan Shu have any energy to draw." Okay. Yuan Shu made the great clans feel a great threat, so this time, the great clans stood on the same front under Yi Hao's leadership. Chapter 15:13. Ling Junyun looked at Yi Hao in confusion and asked, "It said that the soul can travel when one is in the Spirit Monarch realm. You're only in the Spirit Emperor realm, how can your soul travel?" Yi Hao took out an elixir and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I can use the power of this elixir to temporarily stay in the Spirit Monarch realm for a while. During this time, you can help me buy some time and leave the rest to me. How can we trust you?" Although Huangfu Yunji was on the same side as Yi Hao, he was still worried. Han Shi also said, "That's right, even if you successfully find the location, the thing in the depths of the mountain can't break the seal itself. Can you break it?" "That's right, I can't be at ease with so many of our lives in your hands." After hearing what Huangfu Yunji and Han Shi said, most of the other people looked at Yi Hao with a trace of suspicion. Yi Hao smiled faintly and said, "This is the only way, you have to believe it even if you don't." With that, he sat to the side and took a pill to break through. Huangfu Yunji was very unhappy with Yi Hao's attitude and was about to explode when he was glared at by Qing Yunji. Qing Yunji looked at his shriveled hand and said, "My Qing family will do as you say." Huangfu Yunji wanted to say more, but after seeing Qing Yunji's serious expression, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. "My Ling family will do as you say." Ling Junyun took out a bracelet and crushed it. Dozens of golden figures appeared behind her. These people were originally used to deal with Yuan Shu, and now it was time for them to come in handy. "We will also do as you say." Ju Tong and the other 5 raised their weapons and expressed their stance. Ju Tong's gaze constantly scanned behind Yuan Shu as if he was looking for something. "My Yu family will do as you say." Yu Ingwan and Yu Sanjiang both took out their weapons. Originally, according to Ling Junyun's plan, he was prepared to change sides, but he didn't expect Yuan Shu's actions to completely mess up their plans. He was originally Princess Ling's man, so it was natural for him to express his stance. "My Han family will do as you say." Han Shi activated his spiritual power. "My Hao family will do as you say." Hao Gui, who just woke up, also released his aura. "Since that's the case, my Huangfu family will also do as you say." Huangfu Yunji no longer insisted and prepared to go all out. In the magical beast world, Saint Emperor Yi's 6 clans. Today, the heroic deeds of the 6 great clans of the Qingshan Empire under the leadership of Yi Hao were recorded in the annals of history, and the names of the 6 great clans' patriarchs were also praised by future generations. After taking the elixir, Yi Hao's strength skyrocketed. Soon, he broke through the 9th level Spirit Emperor realm. Then, he stepped into the half-step Spirit Emperor realm. Finally, under the impact of the turbulent spiritual power transformed by the elixir, he broke through the shackles between the Spirit Emperor realm and the Spirit Emperor realm, reaching the 1st level Spirit Emperor realm. Soul Soul Spirit SAA Spirit Spirit. A strand of spirit floated out of Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao glanced at the people who were working together to resist the enemy, then drilled into the ground and went straight underground. In the deepest part of the mountain range. Yuan Mu looked at the struggling sky-devouring beast in amusement and said, "What's going on with you? How can a few chains trap you?" Devouring Heaven immediately regretted and said, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have arranged this formation. I've really been caught in my own web. Forget it, don't struggle." Yuan Mu smiled and said, "Since he dared to make a move, he must have known that you wouldn't be able to break free from the shackles here. Besides, who allowed you to absorb spiritual energy from those black balls for so many days? If it wasn't for that, Yuan Shu wouldn't have targeted you." Devouring Heaven angrily said, "How could I have known that the Yuan family took away the demon beads? Those demon beads are part of this small world. At that time, I was seriously injured. With so much spirit chi delivered to my door, it would be a waste if I didn't take it. You. After so many years, your habit of taking advantage of others hasn't changed. You're still talking about me. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. You still like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. With your strength, your position in that place definitely isn't low. Now, you don't look much better than me." Yuan Mu suddenly felt something. He looked up and said, "The one who tied the bell should untie it. The people who can save you are here. I'm leaving." "Hey, you're leaving just like that?" Devouring Heaven anxiously asked. "Of course." Yuan Mu spread his hands and said, "Now is not the time for me to show myself. Then what if the formation activates and my position is exposed? I'll take care of those people for you, but you owe me a favor." "Okay." Devouring Heaven felt relieved. "With your words, I'm relieved. You can go." Yuan Mu helplessly shook his head. He quickly passed through the mountain range and returned to his physical body. Yuan Mu stood up and yawned lazily. He went to the branch of a large tree and looked at the bloody battle not far away from the altar. He suddenly felt sleepy. So he gently sat down and leaned against the branch. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Yi Hao, who was walking through the depths of the mountain range, suddenly felt a terrifying spirit force fluctuation. He turned around and went in the direction of the spirit force fluctuation. Not long after, Yi Hao's soul arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. The spirit force fluctuation became more and more terrifying. Yi Hao walked over and found a huge black altar. There was a huge demonic beast tied up on top of the altar. When Yi Hao saw the demonic beast, he was shocked. He had seen this demonic beast before, and more than once. The first time he saw this demonic beast was when he was preparing to enter the first trial of the Heaven Street Convention. At that time, he saw this demonic beast. The second time was on a hill not far from the waterfall. He saw a spirit vein through the ground. There was a demonic beast coming out of the spirit vein. It was the demonic beast before him. In the distance, the heaven-devouring beast was surprised when it saw Yi Hao. It thought, "It's him? The brat who peeped at me twice, is he really that person?" The heaven-devouring beast saw Yi Hao standing motionless and was a bit suspicious. "Why is this brat standing still?" It then checked his cultivation and found that Yi Hao was a first-order spirit emperor. Moreover, it was extremely unstable. It couldn't help but roll its eyes and muttered to itself, "What's going on? First-order spirit emperor, this is too weak." Could it be that the terrifying spirit force fluctuation on my body scared him? It seems that I have to restrain my aura. Yi Hao, who wasn't scared by the heaven-devouring beast, came back to his senses. He slowly walked towards the heaven-devouring beast and said to himself, "It seems that Yuan Shu's target should be this demonic beast. Hey, little brat, quickly help me undo this seal." The heaven-devouring beast looked at Yi Hao and said in a tone that said it was the biggest in the world. Chapter 15-14. Yi Hao was shocked and asked in confusion, You can actually speak?" Sky-devouring beast rolled its eyes at him and said disdainfully, "Brat, only low-level magical beasts can't speak. I'm a high-level magical beast, so I'm naturally different." Yi Hao carefully examined the black chains on Sky-devouring beast's body and discovered that there were faint runes flashing on each chain. He carefully looked at the runes and discovered that they came from the same place as the runes carved on the wall when he first came in. It should be the same array. When he first came in, The turbulent spiritual energy emitted by this magical beast made him feel suffocated. He had experienced this kind of suffocation not long ago. At that time, he had used all his strength and used all his cards, but he was still unable to hurt that person. One could imagine how terrifying this magical beast's strength was. The black altar under sky-devouring beast's feet became brighter and brighter. It would be completely activated soon. At this moment, sky-devouring beast panicked and hurriedly said, "Brat, can you do it or not? Can you break this array?" Yi Hao ignored it and continued to observe the array. Sky-devouring beast urged again. Yi Hao directly replied, "You're so powerful and you're a high-level magical beast. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't do anything, then just break this array and escape. If you can't do anything, then why are you shouting here? Shut up." Sky-devouring beast was stunned. It looked at Yi Hao's furious expression and its eyes suddenly became moist. Then, it sank into deep memories. Yi Hao thoughtfully looked at the source of the black chains and discovered that the chains came from a wall. He muttered silently and a red light suddenly flew down from the top of the mountain. Yi Hao walked over with his Wu Dao sword. Sky-devouring beast seemed to have seen through Yi Hao's thoughts and said, "Don't waste your energy. It's useless. If you can directly destroy that wall, I won't have to wait for you to save me." Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. "Who said I'm going to destroy that wall?" He approached the wall and faced a black chain. He held his sword with both hands and a red light flashed. With a crack, a black chain fell to the ground. How is this possible? Sky-devouring beast's red eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Hao ignored him. He raised his sword and another black chain was broken. At this moment, Tunchen, who was on the altar, could clearly feel that the sealing power on its body had lessened. Only then did it believe that Yi Hao had really broken the two chains. "Little brat, interesting." Yi Hao held his sword and walked to another wall. "By the way, I still don't know your name." With a dignified expression, he roused his spiritual energy and slashed out with his sword, breaking the chain. "Looking at you reminds me of an old friend of mine. Just like you, he has a pair of crimson eyes and a crimson sword. He is very serious when he does things, and as long as he is willing to concentrate, there is nothing in this world that he cannot do. However, you lack something compared to him, and that is cunning." Looking at the weakening power of the seal, the devouring heaven-devouring beast could not help but grin and say a lot. Yi Hao finally came to the last wall. He raised his crimson sword at the last black chain. Just as he was about to swing it down, he suddenly stopped. Tunchen's joyful expression froze on its face. It asked suspiciously, "Swing it, why aren't you swinging it down?" Yi Hao looked at it with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in Tunchen's heart. At the top of the mountain, Ling Junyun held her chest and knelt on one knee. There were dozens of corpses around her. Most of these corpses were Yu Wenshu's people, but a few of them were from the 6 great families. Qing Yunji came to her side and asked, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Ling Junyun stood up and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't die. Although we managed to kill dozens of Yu Wenshu's guards, we also suffered heavy losses." Qing Yunji's face had a hint of worry. "I wonder how Yi Sangao is doing. Since we chose to believe him, then don't doubt him. We just need to do our job well." Ling Junyun finished speaking. Just as she was about to charge again, she was pulled back by Qing Yunji. The two looked at Yu Wenshu on the altar and their expressions became ugly. According to their original plan, they just needed to kill Yu Wenshu's guards so that Yu Wenshu would not have enough spirit power to activate the spirit array. However, Yu Wenshu seemed to have gone crazy. This was because while he was absorbing the spirit power of others, he was also trying to activate the spirit array. The disheveled Yu Wenshu looked at the people fighting around him and laughed. "You think you can stop me like this? You're too naive. Spirit array, activate for me." Boom. At the center of the black altar, a red thread made of spirit power wrapped around Yu Wenshu's body. At the same time, another red thread appeared on Tunchen's body and slowly wrapped around it. The spirit array had been activated. Yu Wenshu grabbed the head of the guard beside him with one hand and poured all of his spirit power into the black altar. After absorbing all of the spirit power of the guard, he immediately switched to another guard. Soon, there was only him and a pile of bones left on the altar. He looked around and found that the guards he brought were all isolated and could not enter the altar. Yu Wenshu sneered and waved his right hand. A Hao family guard closest to the altar suddenly flew into the altar. Yu Wenshu grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Not long after, the guard turned into a pile of bones. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. In the next second, another Hao family guard was sucked into the altar and met the same fate. Damn, what's going on? Isn't Yu Wenshu's strength a little too terrifying? We can't fight anymore. Let's go. Otherwise, the next one to be sucked in will be us. While everyone was talking, another guard lost his life. Everyone hurriedly left the altar. The more cowardly ones had already left the mountain in a panic. The leaders of the major families had serious expressions. The development of the situation was beyond their control. They could not stop Yu Wenshu from activating the spirit array. Now, they could only place their hopes on Yi Hao. Deep in the mountain range, the sky-devouring beast looked at the red threads wrapped around its body and panicked. It said angrily, "Little bastard of the Yuan family, you really don't know what's good for you. You even dare to steal my spirit power?" Then, it looked at Yi Hao with a smile and said, "Little brother, can you help me break this seal?" Yi Hao's raised arm suddenly felt sore. He put down the Wu Dao sword and leaned against the wall. He smiled and said, "Didn't you not trust me? Didn't you say that I can't break this seal? I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. A great person will not hold a grudge against a petty person. Don't take it to heart." Yi Hao looked at the mischievous sky-devouring beast and could not help but laugh. He said, "How are you a demonic beast? You're clearly a human. You change your face faster than flipping a book." Chapter 15:15. Just as the spirit formation was activated, a faintly discernible aura of a vicious beast suddenly rose from the depths of the mountain range. Yuan Mu, who had been sleeping on a tree trunk, suddenly sat up and lazily said, "After hiding for so many years, your aura was still exposed. Never mind, since we've been friends for so many years, I'll help you block this disaster." Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Mu's figure disappeared. Deep in the mountain range, the heaven-devouring beast chuckled and said, "Then can you help me undo the seal?" Yi Hao leaned against the wall and lazily said, "I just used too much spirit force. I'm tired." "Don't." The heaven-devouring beast's voice contained a hint of pleading. "There's only this last chain left. Just cut it off and I'll escape." "Why should I help you?" The heaven-devouring beast's eyes kept rolling and it smiled. "Because you have a reason to help me." "Oh, what do you mean?" The heaven-devouring beast was no longer in a hurry. It laid on the altar and slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, you have a grudge against the person who wants to steal my spirit force. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the risk to come down here. If that guy really steals all my spirit force, not only you, but also everyone fighting above will die." Yi Hao calmly said, "You're right, but if you don't have any spirit force, you'll be even more miserable than us. Do you think Yu Wenshu will treat you as a pet, a mascot, or even kill you to eat?" Yi Hao's words heavily hammered the heaven-devouring beast's heart. The heaven-devouring beast got up and roared, "At worst, we'll fight to the death and die together." "Sure." Yi Hao had an indifferent expression and said, "Anyway, my spirit force isn't worth much, unlike you. The spirit force you worked so hard to cultivate is going to become someone else's wedding dress." The heaven-devouring beast could no longer remain calm and was completely defeated. It wouldn't give away its hundreds of years of cultivation. It said with regret, "Fine, I take back what I said. It's not that you're not cunning, you're smart. Very smart. Tell me, what do I have to do to help me escape?" Yi Hao walked up to the heaven-devouring beast and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you escape, but what if you try to kill me after I help you? Don't worry, after you help me escape, not only will I not kill you, but I'll also repay you." "Empty word. Then I shall make a heavenly oath. If I break my oath, I shall die under the heavenly tribulation." Yi Hao's eyes But the heaven-devouring beast's cultivation was unfathomable. If he didn't succeed, the heaven-devouring beast and mind would kill him. Yi. Heaven Yi. Sita to. Heaven. Heaven. After the two agreed, the heaven-devouring beast swore to the heavens. The so-called heavenly oath was to swear to the heavens. If the oath was broken, the heavenly tribulation would come, and the person who broke the oath would die under the rolling thunder of the heavenly tribulation. Once, there was a sage king who didn't take the heavenly oath seriously because of his high cultivation. In the end, the heavenly tribulation came, and 49 bolts of lightning fell. The saint king died after the 21st bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Since then, no one dared to take the heavenly oath seriously. After the heaven-devouring beast swore, Yi Hao and the heaven-devouring beast suddenly established a strange connection. The heaven-devouring beast knew that if it did what it promised Yi Hao, the connection would disappear. If it broke the promise, the heavenly tribulation would come. This strange connection was like an overseer. Yi Hao waved his hand. The heaven-devouring beast was confused. Yi Hao said helplessly, "Move aside, the last chain is different from the previous chains. You can't use the same method as before to break it. Move to the side and leave the center of the altar for me." "Oh." The heaven-devouring beast replied and dragged its sturdy body out of the center of the altar. Yi Hao came to the altar and suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical spirit energy tearing at his soul. The heaven-devouring beast anxiously split out a bit of spirit energy to protect Yi Hao. Yi Hao frowned and asked, "How much spirit energy did you lose?" "I don't know how much spirit energy I lost. I only know that the little bastard from the Yuan clan is about to reach the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm." Yi Hao sneered, a complete array diagram suddenly appeared in his eyes. He stabbed the scarlet Wu Dao sword into the center of the altar, and said coldly, "Spirit Heaven Emperor? This time, I will make you fall into the dust." On the top of the mountain, Yuan Shu felt his spirit energy growing stronger and stronger, gradually touching the threshold of the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm. Spirit Heaven Emperor realm? One had to know that only a 6th-rank empire had such a strong warrior. Their Green Mountain Empire had always been a 5th-rank empire, and such a strong warrior had never appeared before. Now, he, Yuan Shu, was finally going to become a Spirit Heaven Emperor realm expert. Furthermore, the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm might not be the end, because he could feel that the spirit energy of the monster underground was far from the end. In other words, he might break through the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm and reach the Saint King realm. At this time, there was no one around the altar. Everyone was injured and stood far away from the altar. Suddenly, a figure appeared around the altar. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was actually Yi Hao who had just returned to his body. "Yi-san Gao, you can't. Yuan Shu is about to break through to the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm. What are you doing? Is this Yi-san Gao crazy? He's not in a hurry to die, is he?" Everyone was discussing at once. Ju Tong and the other 5 were afraid that Yi Hao would meet with misfortune, so they anxiously rushed over. Yi Hao didn't even turn his head as he lightly swung his right hand backwards. A few flying swords that flashed with a cold light heavily stabbed into the ground where the 6 of them wanted to advance. Yi Hao stood still and said coldly, "None of you are allowed to move. Stand there and wait for me." "Young master," Ju Tong roared. He wanted to rush over, but he remembered Yi Hao's orders. Thus, he stood there with Yin Jiao and the others. Yi Hao came to the side of the altar and stepped onto it, standing opposite Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu looked at him in disdain and said, "You're back? Are you here to congratulate me? But to be honest, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to complete this crazy plan." Yi Hao looked deeply at Ying Yi, who had been protecting Yuan Shu during the chaotic battle, and nodded without batting an eyelid. Yuan Shu looked at Yi Hao's unmoving figure and laughed. "What, are you scared by my supreme might?" Bang! "Also, from today onwards, I am the monarch of the Qingshan Empire, the only monarch. When you see the monarch, you have to kneel." Yuan Shu kicked out. Yi Hao's legs could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. Chapter 15-16. Young Master. Ju Tong and the others cried out in alarm. Ling Junyun, Qing Yunji, and the others had grave expressions, and some even had mocking expressions. In their opinion, it was very likely that Yi Hao had not removed the seal on the demonic beast. Otherwise, he would not have bowed down in front of Yu Wenshu the moment he came up. Yi Hao, who was forced to bend his legs, had a calm expression as he coldly looked at Yu Wenshu. Boom! Yu Wenshu felt that his spirit energy had risen by a huge step, rising to a whole new realm, the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm. Yu Wenshu looked at Yi Hao's calm expression and said with a slightly angry expression, "Do you know, I hate this kind of expression the most? I am a king, the only king. Your eyes should be filled with reverence, and not the calmness you have right now." Yu Wenshu. Yi Hao spoke. This was the first time he had spoken since he stepped onto the altar. He looked at the disheveled Yu Wenshu and said with a smile, "Do you know why I dared to come up here? Because you couldn't wait to kneel at my feet and beg me to forgive your previous actions and spare your dog life." Yi Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "No, no, no, I am here to send you to hell." Before he finished speaking, Yu Wenshu's chest was suddenly pierced by a bloody long blade. Ling Junyun, Qing Yunji, and the others were all puzzled. Only Ju Tong had a knowing smile on his face. Yi Hao slowly stood up and looked at the figure behind Yu Wenshu. He nodded slightly and said, "You did well." As expected of a person taught by young Master Mu. Yu Wenshu turned around with difficulty and looked at Ying Yi. He asked, "You are Yu Wenmu's man?" "Impossible." Ying Yi took 2 steps back. His voice was no longer hoarse as he said, "I have always been young Master Mu's man. As for the real Ying Yi, he died a long time ago. Didn't you send Ying Yi to probe the strength of that mysterious woman?" At that time, Ying Yi was severely injured by a blue-robed swordsman. Before he could rush back to the Celestial Cloud Pavilion, I killed him and then disguised myself as him, infiltrating the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. It's just that you didn't discover it at all. Yu Wenshu had a crazed look on his face. He pointed at Yi Hao and roared, "Yu Wenmu was just a blind man, and is already dead. How could he have planted people around me and colluded with you?" Yi Hao said softly, "I don't want to explain anything to you. Starting from Chenshan Shulian, it's time to settle the grudges between us." Ha ha ha. Yu Wenshu slapped his chest, and the long saber flew out of his chest. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Good, very good. You all deserve to die. You deserve to die." Roar. With a low roar, Yu Wenshu Ling's Heavenly Emperor realm strength erupted. Yu Wenshu stretched his hand forward. Before Ying Yi could react, Yu Wenshu grabbed him by the throat and slammed him onto the altar. At this moment, Yi Hao waved his right hand and a red sword light flew out from the depths of the mountain range, landing directly on the black altar. The moment the Wu Dao sword landed on the altar, the black altar underwent some subtle changes. Yi Hao formed a seal with his hands and said furiously, "Yu Wenshu, you're dead." Yu Wenshu sucked hard, and Ying Yi turned into a pile of bones. After getting up, Yu Wenshu quickly ran towards Yi Hao. At this moment, many red threads made of spiritual power appeared on the black altar. These threads slowly climbed up Yu Wenshu's ankles. In an instant, Yu Wenshu was wrapped in a red cocoon. The red threads that wrapped Yu Wenshu didn't seem satisfied. They climbed up Yi Hao's ankles, and then Yi Hao was wrapped in a red cocoon as well. The surrounding people were confused. They were just about to fight. How did the two of them turn into red cocoons in an instant? Ju Tong was 1 step ahead of the others. When he was about to rush onto the altar, a powerful spiritual power hit him and bounced him away. The others couldn't enter. They could only wait around the altar. Whether the result was good or bad, they could only accept it. 100 miles away from the mountains, there was a dense forest. At this moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. Then, a group of masked men in blue clothes with swords at their waists walked out. The masked man who walked out first looked around and said, "That's right, this is the small world." This small world was beaten into a state of ruin. Another masked man stood out and said, "We've been looking for that guy for so many years. I didn't expect him to be hiding here all this time. It really took us a long time to find him." According to the ripples that came from back then, The heaven-swallowing beast should be on the tallest mountain 100 miles away. A masked man with 2 swords at his waist said, "Let's not waste time. Let's go to the tallest mountain." Yes. Everyone received the order and was about to hurry on. A white figure appeared in front of them. That person was wearing white clothes and had a white cloth over his eyes. He yawned and said sleepily, "I finally found you." The masked leader looked at him warily and asked, "May I know who you are? Why are you blocking our path? Why are you looking for us?" "Blocking the path?" The white-clothed man was puzzled. "I'm not blocking your path. I just happened to be standing in the middle of the road. Is there a problem?" "No problem. We'll take a detour." The masked leader didn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't want to give the heaven-swallowing beast enough time to escape. Thus, he led the group around the white-clothed Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu stretched lazily. He put 2 fingers on his right hand together and made a light stroke. Boom, boom, boom. The trees around the masked man in blue suddenly collapsed. The masked leader turned around and said coldly, "We don't want to fight with you, but we're not to be trifled with. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Yuan Mu turned around and said indifferently, "No. Did I say you could leave? Who do you think you are? You reckless thing." One of the masked men couldn't help but stand up and say, "What a joke. They came from the Chaos Realm. They naturally didn't put the people of the ancient demon realm in their eyes. Thus, when someone blocked their path, they naturally questioned him with a condescending attitude. Oh, are the people of the Chaos Realm that amazing?" The masked man was shocked. Yuan Mu stretched out his finger and tapped lightly. A hole appeared in the masked man's head. His body began to disappear, not even leaving behind a skeleton. The masked leader looked at Yuan Mu's attack and cold sweat poured down. He said in surprise, "It's you? Why are you in the ancient demon realm? And here?" Yuan Mu didn't answer. He pointed again and another masked man died and disappeared. "Run. We're no match for him." The masked leader saw Yuan Mu's killing method again and was shocked. He hurriedly ordered the group to scatter and escape. Chapter 15-17. Mu Dao happily ran to Yuan Mu's side and helped him to the table. She smiled and said, "Master, the food is here." "The food is here." Yuan Mu reached out and gently touched Mu Dao's forehead. He smiled and said, "Look at you. Hee hee." Mu Dao giggled and didn't refute. She seemed to enjoy being touched by Yuan Mu. Not long after, 2 people walked into the main hall. Zhong Qing put the food box on the table and took out the food. He smiled and said, "Master Mu, sorry to keep you waiting." Ah Dong, who was standing to the side, raised his head and looked seriously at Yuan Mu, who was wearing a white cloth and wearing a white robe. He looked gentle and refined. As Mu Dao took the dishes, she complained, "Old Zhong, you guys came too late today. I'm starving to death." "Mu Dao, don't be rude," Yuan Mu said. Mu Dao stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. Yuan Mu held his chopsticks and smiled. "Old Zhong, the child doesn't know any better. Don't bicker with her. You must have been troubled by Banished Immortal again today. When we leave, I'll ask Mu Dao to give you more spirit coins." "Master Mu, you're exaggerating. This is nothing. If you want to eat, it's only right for us to give you food." "Oh, it's time to eat," Mu Dao shouted. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started sweeping through the food on the table. Yuan Mu smiled and picked up his bowl and chopsticks. He slowly chewed and swallowed, enjoying the food. Suddenly, Mu Dao put down her bowl and chopsticks with a clang. She lay on the table. Yuan Mu remained indifferent and continued to eat the rice in his bowl. Ah Dong sat across from Yuan Mu while Zhong Qing stood behind him. Ah Dong cleared his throat and actually spoke, "Everyone says that young Master Mu is blind. I wonder how young Master Mu can tell." Yuan Mu put down his bowl and chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He said, "I, Yuan Mu, am blind, but I'm not a cripple." Ah Dong, who usually delivers food with old Zhong, comes here in a panic. "But you're different. You don't sound panicked. Instead, you're very calm." Ah Dong cupped his hands and said, Young Master Mu's hearing is extraordinary. I am impressed. Ardong glanced at the dishes on the table and said with a smile, "It seems that young Master Mu is also hiding his strength." Yuan Mu smiled and asked, "Why do you think so?" "I put knockout drugs in the dishes on this table. Not only will ordinary people be knocked out, even masters of the Spirit Emperor realm will fall down. But young Master Mu is safe and sound. It's a bit unbelievable." Yuan Mu didn't reply. He asked with a smile, "May I know who you are? Why are you pretending to be a waiter?" Ardong cleared his throat and said seriously, "I'm Yi Sangao. I have something important to discuss with young Master Mu." "Hee hee." Yuan Mu chuckled. "So it's Yi Zhuge. What business do you have with me?" Yi Hao did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Help you seize power and get rid of Yuan Shu." The hall instantly fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Yi Hao was puzzled. Why is young Master Mu laughing? Yuan Mu stopped laughing and said with amusement, "I'm laughing because you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuan Shu is the head of the Yuan clan and the master of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. You want to get rid of him? How do you want to get rid of him?" Yi Hao said with a serious face, "I can't get rid of Yuan Shu alone. But what if Princess Ling and Yu Ingwan work together?" Yuan Mu picked up the wine on the table and poured a cup. "I didn't expect these two to be on the same side as you. I wonder if we're enough to get rid of him together?" Yuan Mu tapped the table and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll report you?" Yi Hao laughed and stood up. He put his hands on the table and stared at Yuan Mu. "I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. But I'm more afraid that young Master Mu will die before me. Yuan Shu can't tolerate you. This isn't the first day or two. If you expose me, you'll probably die before I do. At that time, you'll be a threat to him. As you can see, I don't have anyone by my side. There's only a servant. How can I help you?" Yuan Mu changed the topic. "As far as I know, young Master Mu is the son of the first wife. There are many elders in the Celestial Cloud Pavilion on your side. Although young Master Mu is blind, his cultivation is impressive." Yi Hao didn't say anything else. He ate the food on the table silently. Yuan Mu tapped the table with his fingers. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision. He took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. "This is the map of Yuan Shu's power distribution and the topography of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion." Yi Hao took the paper and smiled. "It seems that young Master Mu has been planning this all along. You've been waiting for an opportunity like me." Yi Hao put the paper away. He looked at Yuan Mu and asked curiously, "I really want to know. If I didn't come, what would young Master Mu have done?" Yuan Mu answered casually, "Find someone and kill someone." "Good." Yi Hao clapped and began to pack the food. Just as Yi Hao and Zhongqing were about to leave, Yuan Mu called out to them, "Wait, with just us, we're still lacking. Young Master Mu, what do you think?" Yi Hao turned around and asked, "We're still missing an ally. Take this and go find him." Saying this, Yuan Mu threw a jade pendant over. Yi Hao took it and looked at it carefully. He found that there was nothing else on the jade pendant other than the word Mu carved on it. Yuan Mu frowned. "Why aren't you leaving?" Yi Hao smiled bitterly. "You only gave me a jade pendant. How would I know who to look for? Isn't old Zhong good at gathering information? You should ask him." Yuan Mu's casual words made Yi Hao and Zhongqing break out in a cold sweat. How did Yuan Mu know what Zhongqing did? He'd never left the mansion. This was too strange. Yuan Mu stood up and took Mu Dao into his arms. "I've said everything I needed to say. You can leave now." Zhongqing looked a bit embarrassed, but he still said, "Young Master Mu, how about the money for the meal?" Yuan Mu's face darkened. He stood there in a daze. "Only Mu Dao knows where the money is. He's been knocked out by you. Come back tomorrow and deliver the meal. I'll pay you together." "All right." Hearing this, Zhongqing cupped his hands and thanked Yi Hao. Then, he left with Yi Hao. The two left the Yuan mansion without a hitch. On the way, Yi Hao carefully looked at the jade pendant in his hand. He didn't find anything special about it, so he handed it to Zhongqing. Zhongqing took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. Yi Hao looked back at the Yuan mansion and muttered to himself, Yuan Mu isn't simple. Suddenly, Zhongqing exclaimed, Young master, I know who to look for. Chapter 15:19. How Gui subconsciously nodded his head, then doubtfully asked, How do you know? That's my family's heirloom, passed down from my ancestors until now. Very few people know about it. Heaven-devouring beast extended its sharp claws, pointed at How Gui and laughed, Idiot, what family heirloom? That's the big bowl I used to drink wine, but it was picked up by your ancestors and treated as a family heirloom. What? How Gui was completely dumbfounded, muttering, My family's family heirloom is actually a little dog's drinking bowl. How is that possible? Heaven-devouring beast coldly snorted, not caring about how Gui called it, and pointed at Huangfu Yunji. Huangfu Yunji's heart trembled, having a bad premonition. You're a member of Huangfu family? Huangfu Yunji hastily shook his head and said, No. Heaven-devouring beast sneered, That jade thumb ring on your hand betrayed you, idiot. Huangfu Yunji was stunned, looking at the jade thumb ring on his hand, then looking at the little dog in Yi Hao's hand, he doubtfully asked, This jade thumb ring is also yours? Heaven-devouring beast proudly said, Nonsense, otherwise how would I know? This thing was a token of love given to a certain fairy when I was chasing her. However, later that fairy was assassinated by her enemies, and when I rushed over, only this bloody jade thumb ring was left. You're bragging, how can a girl wear this thing? Huangfu Yunji did not believe and replied. You don't believe? Look carefully, isn't there a red mark in the thumb ring? Huangfu Yunji carefully observed, and sure enough, he saw a red mark. Also, a normal jade thumb ring is worn on the thumb, but the one in your hand can only be worn on the little finger. After so many years, you still haven't figured it out. Huangfu Yunji did not understand. However, the people around them burst into laughter. Soon after, Huangfu Yunji immediately understood why everyone was laughing. He hastily took off the jade thumb ring and put it in his bosom. When Han Shi and the others looked at heaven-devouring beast again, their eyes carried a trace of reverence, because not only was what the little dog said completely correct, but the origin of each item was also very clear. It did not seem to be randomly made up. Heaven-swallowing beast looked at Qing Yunji, but before it could speak, Qing Yunji spoke first. Qing Yunji walked forwards respectfully and cupped his hands. Senior, there is no need to say any more. Junior was blind and I apologize to you. The heaven-devouring beast nodded with satisfaction. You must be a descendant of the Qing clan. No wonder why your ancestor could find such a great treasure here. I can tell just from your intelligence. Following this, heaven-swallowing beast looked at Qing Yunji's skinny palm and asked, Was this caused by the spirit formation changing? Qing Yunji said respectfully, Yes, may I ask if Senior has a way to break it? The sky-devouring beast stood on Yi Hao's palm and said in an old-fashioned manner, I gave you a pole and you dared to climb it. Senior, please save me. Fine. The sky-devouring beast stretched out its sharp claws and said, Seeing that you are smarter than them, I will help you this once. Stretch out your hand. Thank you, Senior. Qing Yunji was delighted and reached out his hand. The heaven-devouring beast closed its eyes and placed its sharp claws on Qing Yunji's palm. The surrounding people looked at this scene nervously because they wanted to know if this little dog really had something in its stomach or if it was just bluffing them. After a white light flashed on Qing Yunji's palm, the heaven-devouring beast's frown relaxed. Qing Yunji looked at his palm in surprise and realized that it was no longer as lifeless as before. Instead, it was filled with energy and strength. Not only that, but his cultivation level was still rising and slowly stabilizing at second-level Spirit Monarch. The others all knelt in front of the heaven-devouring beast. They wanted the heaven-devouring beast to give them some opportunities. Han Shi, Hao Gui, and Huangfu Yunji were the ones who knelt the most. The heaven-devouring beast's tail rose higher and higher. Just as it was about to speak, it heard a cough behind it. The heaven-devouring beast chuckled and turned to look at the smiling Yi Hao. Its hair stood on end as it coughed and said, You don't have to kneel to me. Yi Sangao is now my big brother. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Then, Yi Hao placed the cursing sky-devouring beast on his shoulder and looked at everyone with a smile. Han Shi and the other two looked at each other and were in a difficult position. They had just cursed at Yi Hao. Now, they had to put down their faces and ask Yi Hao for opportunities. They were really embarrassed. Qing Yunji took a deep breath and knelt in front of Ling Junyun. Princess Ling, I, Qing Yunji, am willing to lead the entire Qing family to pledge allegiance to you and assist you in governing the country. Ling Junyun helped Qing Yunji up and smiled. Qing Zhuge is too serious. In the future, the Qingshan Empire will need everyone to work together. Hula. Han Shi and the other two didn't care about their faces. They knelt in front of Ling Junyun and declared, "The three of us are also willing to pledge allegiance to you and assist you in governing the country." Just a moment ago, they weren't far from becoming subordinates. Now, they were kneeling in front of Ling Junyun. Ling Junyun replied indifferently, "Ian, get up." The three didn't dare to say anything in front of Ling Junyun's cold attitude. After all, they were the last to pledge allegiance. They weren't as loyal as Yu Ingwan and weren't as courageous as Qing Yunji. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and smiled indifferently. Since everyone has expressed their stance, then our 7 pillar countries should help each other in the future and work together to advance. We must not scheme against each other and scheme against our own people. Yes. Hao Gui looked at the unconscious Yu Wenshu and asked doubtfully, "Yu Wenshu can still be a pillar nation in this state?" Ling Junyun replied, "Of course not." Then who is the other pillar nation? Yu Wen family, Yu Wen Mu. Yi Hao stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. What? Yu Wen Mu? Isn't he blind? That's right. Yu Wen Mu's ability isn't as good as Yu Wenshu's. I don't think a blind man can be a pillar nation. I don't agree. Yi Hao's lips curled up. His body suddenly moved. Bang! Not far away from them, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and a cloud of dust rose up. When the dust settled, 2 figures were revealed. One was lying on the ground and the other was standing. Cough, cough. Han Shi, who was stepped on by Yi Hao, said in a sorry state, "Third High Yi, you and I are both pillars of nations. You dare to treat me like this? Noisy." Yi Hao raised his foot and stomped heavily on Han Shi's chest. Crack. Everyone clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. However, no one dared to look in that direction. It was as if they didn't see anything. You were against Princess Ling's ascension. You're still against Yu Wenmu's ascension. Since you like to oppose so much, why don't you go to the underworld and oppose the King of Hell? The foot that stepped on Han Shi's chest unconsciously increased the strength. This time, Han Shi was really scared. Chapter 15:20. I was wrong, Yi Zhuge, I was wrong. Please be merciful and let me go. Cough, cough, I won't object anymore. Please, let me go this time. Yi Hao looked at Han Shi's pleading face. Only then did he raise his foot and stretch. He returned to the crowd as if nothing had happened and prepared to leave. Qing Yunji looked at Yi Hao's back and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Yi Zhuge, please wait." Yi Hao turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to ask, what is the origin of the demonic beast on your shoulder?" Yi Hao patted the little dog's forehead. The heaven-devouring beast, who had just fallen asleep, looked at Yi Hao with annoyance and said, "I am the heaven-devouring sacred beast." Ayo. Get to the point. Yi Hao impatiently knocked the heaven-devouring beast's forehead. The heaven-devouring beast glared at Yi Hao and said, "I am the master of this small world. The ancestors of your 7 great clans have some relationship with me. I have been here for the past 100 years. The target that Yu Wenshu wants to replace is me." Suddenly, Ling Junyun and Yu Ingwan were stunned. They looked at the little dog on Yi Hao's shoulder. The others were in awe of the little dog. The spiritual energy that Yu Wenshu wanted to steal came from this little dog. This meant that this little dog's strength was heaven-defying. They could not provoke it in the future. Even when he looked at Yi Hao, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. That's more like it. Yi Hao turned around. After taking 2 steps, He suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right, I will give each of you 10 days. You can look for your own opportunities in this small world. After 10 days, this small world will be completely closed and will no longer be open. In other words, this will be the last ancestral worship assembly." After saying that, Yi Hao left the crowd looking at each other with his back facing him and went straight down the mountain. Ju Tong and the others quickly followed. Ling Junyun and Yu Ingwan looked at each other and ordered people to bring Yu Wenshu and followed. As a result, only the people from the 4 great clans were left on the mountain top. Hao Gui stood beside Qing Yunji and muttered, "I didn't expect this kid to grow so quickly. He is already on the same level as us." "No." Qing Yunji shook his head and sighed. "At the start, he was just a minor character in our eyes. Now, he has become someone we have to look up to. With his karmic luck, I'm afraid he won't be far from soaring. He slapped us in the face and gave us a sweet date." Huangfu Yunji whispered, "He really can talk cheerfully and wittily, and also has thunderous methods. To have such wisdom at such an age, following him seems to not be a loss." Green Fallen Peak, Yuan Manor. Yuan Mu's room suddenly lit up with white light. After the white light disappeared, a white figure appeared in the room. "You're back." A voice came from the darkness. "Yes," Yuan Mu replied indifferently. He walked towards the bed and looked at the sleeping Mu Dao. "How is it? Devouring Heaven is not dead. He escaped the seal. Those people still want to kill him." Yuan Mu had confirmed 3 things on this trip. To be precise, it was 4 things. It was just that the last thing hadn't been revealed yet. Those people. Fang Yu, who was hiding in the darkness, was filled with anger when he said these 3 words. He said, "They clearly have great power, but they are still unwilling to let go of people like us who can only live in the darkness. I really don't know when these days will come to an end." Yuan Mu did not seem angry at all. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, it will be soon." He touched Mu Dao's forehead and found that it was a bit hot. He asked, "Did Yuan Shu send people here?" "Yes." "Was it Mu Dao?" "Yes." Yuan Mu gently opened Mu Dao's eyelids. He found that her pupils were still black. Only then did his hanging heart relax. He said, "Did anyone find out?" "No." Fang Yu paused and then said, "Before they came, I told Mu Dao to stop and she fell into a deep sleep." "That's good. How is Mu Dao?" Fang Yu said helplessly, "Still the same. Her situation is not stable. Once she goes berserk, it is easy to lose her mind." Yuan Mu stood up and stood in front of the window. He said angrily, "I already said that this method would not work. If it was not handled properly, these children would lose their lives. But they insisted on doing it. If I had not returned at the last moment, I fear that not a single child would have been saved. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, no one wants to live in the darkness forever. If you don't want to live in the darkness, you have to gamble with these children's lives." Yuan Mu roared, "Even if you succeed, won't you feel uneasy and guilty that these children's lives were exchanged for victory? But we have lived in the darkness for 100 years. It has been a long time since we stood in the sunlight." Fang Yu's voice grew louder and louder, his voice full of desire. Yuan Mu was about to speak when Mu Dao coughed twice. She was about to wake up. Cough, cough. "Water. I want to drink water." Fang Yu remained silent. Yuan Mu calmed his anger. He came to the table, poured a cup of water, and fed it to Mu Dao. Then, Mu Dao slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yuan Mu. "Young master, actually, I heard your conversation." Yuan Mu's body trembled, but he did not speak. Mu Dao gripped the teacup tightly and smiled bitterly. "I know that young master treats me very well, and I am reluctant to leave young master. But one day, I will go back. Because my home is there. Everyone is born with their own mission. Mu Dao is no exception. So one day, when Mu Dao wants to carry out my mission, young master, please do not stop me. I don't want to see young master hurt, nor do I want to see young master sad. As long as young master is well, Mu Dao will be at ease." Mu Dao lay in Yuan Mu's arms and talked endlessly. When she fell asleep, a tear fell on Mu Dao's red face. "You heard it too," Shut up. Yuan Mu shouted and placed Mu Dao on the bed. He stood by the window, his heart filled with hatred. Yuan Manor, Celestial Cloud Pavilion. In the secret chamber of Yuan Manor, Wu Wenyong, Du Xing, and Zhong Qing were looking at the mountain of natural treasures in front of them with smiles on their faces. Du Xing walked over and grabbed a 1,000-year-old ginseng. He smiled and said, "With these things, the strength of our Tianyuan Empire will rise to another level." Ha ha! This Yuan Shu is indeed worthy of being the pavilion master of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. He actually hid so many good things. It's a pity that they are all ours. Zhong Qing also looked at the natural treasures with shining eyes. The elites of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion had all been taken away by Yuan Shu. Hence, the three of them could easily break in and plunder many good things. Chapter 1521. While the three of them were carefully inspecting the treasures, a death warrior rushed in with a hurried expression. Zhong Qing looked at the man of sacrifice and asked, "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" The man of sacrifice cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Sir, the brothers we sent to Tianyuan New City have returned." "What?" Wu Wenyong was shocked and asked hurriedly, "They're back. Why are they back? Didn't you say that they don't have to come back after sending them to Tianyuan New City? What happened?" Du Xing asked with a sullen face. He was the one who recruited this group of men of sacrifice and was in charge of them. Now that they did not do their job well, he was naturally embarrassed. "Sir, they are in the residence. Please follow me." Wu Wenyong and the other two followed the man of sacrifice out of the secret room and saw the group of people who went to Tianyuan New City in the hall. There were 10 people who went, but only 5 came back. However, Wu Wenyong's family was safe and sound. Only 5 men of sacrifice were killed. "Father, mother, sister, are you okay?" Wu Wenyong ran to his family and asked with concern. "We're fine. It's just that many of the guards who escorted us died." A middle-aged man in black with a straight back and a full beard said. "Yes, we're all fine. It's just that the guards had it hard." A spirited middle-aged woman in plain clothes said as she held a skinny little girl in her arms. The three of them were completely different from the 3 people he saw at the ruined temple. Wu Wenyong was relieved and asked someone to take his family back to their room to rest. He then looked at the 2 surviving guards and asked, "What happened? Why did you lose so much? This is the mission given by the young emperor. You messed it up. Do you know what to do?" Du Xing said with a sullen face while carrying 2 swords. "Ghost face, that's enough. Let them explain themselves first." Zhong Qing interrupted Du Xing and looked at the 2 men of sacrifice sternly. The 2 men of sacrifice knelt on the ground and explained everything that happened along the way. The group of 10 people kept using teleportation formations in big cities. After 3 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the border of the Qingshan Empire. They rested for a night. Just as they were about to cross the border, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. The leader said that the Tianyuan Empire was now forbidden to enter and leave. They were trespassing and disregarded the rules set by the Yueluan Empire. They said that they would kill us. In the end, we fought with all our might and escaped. Full Moon Empire? Wu Wenyong muttered to himself. Did the Full Moon Empire attack us? You mean that you were stopped as soon as you entered the empire? Zhong Qing asked. Yes. Do you know what happened? After that, we found out that the Full Moon Empire had sent a messenger to make the Tianyuan Empire their vassal state. Unfortunately, he didn't even see the young emperor after a while. So, the messenger returned angrily and reported the situation to the Full Moon Emperor. Du Xing was furious. Who does he think he is? How dare he ask our young emperor to apologize to him? Zhong Qing continued, Continue. 3 days passed. The emperor didn't go. Then, the Yueluan Empire sent all their troops to Tianyuan City. At the same time, they stationed troops at the empire's border. How dare they? Du Xing slammed the table and stood up. How dare they send troops to Tianyuan City? They're courting death. Zhong Qing leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, I didn't expect something like this to happen in Tianyuan City. Wu Wenyong pondered carefully. The emperor has gone to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. We don't know when he'll be back. We can't just wait here. We have to take the initiative. Du Xing narrowed his eyes and asked, Brother Wu, what do you think? Wu Wenyong stood still and said, Isn't the Full Moon Empire very weak now? Let's send our troops to the Full Moon Empire's imperial city and lure the Full Moon Empire's people to retreat and save themselves. This way, the danger in New Tianyuan City can be resolved. Okay, I'll gather the men now. Let's go together. Du Xing stood up. Zhongqing stopped him and said, The Yueluan Empire is a fifth-rank empire. Their foundation can't be underestimated. I'm afraid our plan won't work. Then what good idea do you have? Du Xing asked impatiently. Wu Wenyong knew Zhongqing's concerns and smiled. Brother Zhong, don't worry. We'll take 40 men and split into 2 groups to sneak into Yueluan Empire. Even if we encounter danger, we can protect ourselves with our strength. I'll leave 10 men with you. You just wait here for the emperor to return. After all, someone needs to report this to him. Okay, that's it. Du Xing waved his hand and went to gather the men. Zhongqing didn't have a good idea at the moment. He sighed and said, Okay, then you must be careful. Don't worry. Wu Wenyong patted Zhongqing's shoulder and said, I'll leave my family to you. No problem. After that, 42 black silhouettes left the Qing Luo district and the Qingshan Imperial City, heading straight for the Full Moon Imperial City. In the small world, there was a dilapidated mansion. Yi Hao found a pavilion and sat down. The sky-devouring beast lay on Yi Hao's shoulder in boredom and asked, Why are you sitting here instead of looking for opportunities? Opportunities? Yi Hao looked around in disdain and said with a smile, I don't care about the opportunities here. You. The sky-devouring beast was speechless and said, TSK, you only know how to brag. Yi Hao smiled faintly and didn't argue with him. What a joke. Yi Hao had the system, okay? What kind of opportunities didn't he have? Why would he care about the opportunities in this dilapidated small world? Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and a surge of star power slowly entered his body. Why are you sitting here? Waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Waiting for someone to listen to your story. What do you mean? The sky-devouring beast didn't understand, but then its eyes widened. It looked at the increasing star power in Yi Hao's body and exclaimed, Star and moon transformation? Where did you get the star and moon transformation technique from? Yi Hao exclaimed, you actually know this technique. You didn't live so long for nothing. The star and moon transformation technique has never been taught to outsiders. How did you get it? Why should I tell you? Yi Hao rolled his eyes and continued to cultivate. The sky-devouring beast despised him in its heart. No wonder he looked down on the opportunities here. It turns out that there's such a good thing here. I've wanted to get the star and moon transformation technique for a long time but never had the chance. This time, I can get it from this kid. Suddenly, Yi Hao opened his eyes and said softly, It's here. Chapter 1522. Yi Hao's heart trembled. He withdrew his star force and sat down on the stone bench. The heaven-devouring beast lying on the stone table didn't understand what was going on until 2 figures appeared in front of it. The heaven-devouring beast looked at the man and woman in front of it and said, So it's you two. What's the matter? Yi Hao waved his hand at the two and said, Sit down and talk. Ling Junyun and Yu Ingwan looked at each other and then sat down beside Yi Hao. Looking at the two of them, Yi Hao suddenly recalled the promise the 3 of them had made in the private room of the inn. At that time, Yu Ingwan had asked Yu Sanjiang to invite Yi Hao because Princess Ling wanted to see Yi Hao and ropen Yi Hao for her own use. At that time, Princess Ling wanted to know the truth of what happened 10 years ago and also wanted to get rid of the threat of the other families. However, she didn't have anyone she could use, so she thought of Yi Hao. Yu Ingwan actually didn't like Yu Wenshu's character. He was a spy that Princess Ling had placed at Yu Wenshu's side. As for why Yu Ingwan and Princess Ling came together, it was mainly because the 2 of them wanted to find out what happened at the ancestral worship assembly 10 years ago. As a result, the three of them hit it off and agreed to get rid of the patriarchs of the other families at the ancestral worship assembly. The reward for winning the first place at the ancestral worship assembly was something that Princess Ling had intentionally done. It was to make Yu Wenshu trust Yi Hao as much as possible and also to let Yi Hao enter the ancestral worship assembly. After the trial assembly ended, Yi Hao smoothly won as they and Yu Wenshu had expected. As such, the ancestral worship assembly plan was imminent. Yi Hao was worried that the three of them wouldn't be able to complete the plan, so he disguised himself as a waiter and went to the Yu Wen manor with Zhongqing. He saw Yu Wenmu and pulled him to the same side. In the end, Yu Wenmu gave him a jade pendant and told him to find that person. That person was actually the fake Ying Yi who had been hiding at Yu Wenshu's side. Zhongqing had seen the same jade pendant on Ying Yi, so he knew that Ying Yi was someone Yu Wenmu had planted beside Yu Wenshu. He secretly met with Ying Yi and conveyed Yu Wenmu's message. However, they didn't expect that Yu Wenshu would disrupt all their plans. Even so, their alliance still existed. In the end, Yi Hao borrowed the power of devouring the heavens to defeat Yu Wenshu and subdue the various large clans. This matter came to an end, but before he left, Yi Hao asked the glutton Leviathan to convey an important message. The glutton Leviathan had lived here for 100 years. Since it had lived here for 100 years, the heaven-devouring beast must know what had happened 10 years ago. Ling Junyun and Yu Ingwan had been bitterly searching for the truth, so when they heard that the sky-devouring beast was the master of this place, had lived here for 100 years, and was related to their ancestors, they could not help but follow. Yi Hao and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Then Yi Hao shouted into the distance, "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? If you're interested in what happened 10 years ago, just sit down and listen. There's no need to hide." Ha ha! A burst of hearty laughter came from not far away. Then, a familiar figure landed on the last stone bench. Yi Hao looked at the figure opposite him and probed, "It seems that Brother Qing is very curious about the origins of the glutton Leviathan." Qing Yunji smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi misunderstood. Actually, I'm very curious about what happened 10 years ago. After all, my father also participated in that incident. When he returned, he was bedridden and passed away not long after. It seems that I've misunderstood Brother Qing." Yi Hao looked at the glutton Leviathan and said, "All right, now that everyone is here, you can start telling the story." The glutton Leviathan looked at the eager and curious eyes of Ling Junyun and the other two and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I've already forgotten about that disaster 10 years ago, but looking at your eyes, I feel that it's still vivid in my mind. It's as if it happened yesterday. Where should I start?" The four looked at the glutton Leviathan's sad appearance and didn't disturb it. They just listened quietly. 10 years ago, your fathers came to this small world. I thought that they would be like usual, searching for their own opportunities in this small world. After 3 days, they would leave. But who knew that the Yuan clan had already built the Black Altar 10 years ago? They wanted to steal my spirit energy, but due to various restrictions, they couldn't complete it. I only found out about this later. The Yuan clan couldn't activate their spirit energy, so they wanted to use me. They wanted to disregard the teachings of their ancestors and remove the seal on me. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability. Not only did they fail to remove my seal, they even exposed my presence. Back then, I was lucky enough to survive a great battle and was saved by your 7 ancestors. All these years, I've been hiding from my enemies. That's why I had your ancestors seal me to hide my aura so that I wouldn't attract my enemies. After my presence was exposed, it attracted a very powerful enemy. I brought my sealed body and fought a bloody battle with your fathers. Only then did we kill that enemy. But in the end, we were all heavily injured. So when your fathers returned, they were either bedridden or passed away not long after." Yu Ingwan angrily slammed the stone table and said angrily, "If that's the case, it's all that old fox's fault. Damn it." Qing Yunji frowned and said, "But as far as I know, the old fox of the Yuan family was not bedridden after he returned. Instead, he was alive and well. Until recently, he was replaced by Yu Wenshu. What is going on?" When the sky-devouring beast thought of this, it was furious and said, "Thinking about it makes me very angry. Back then, when the few of us were facing a strong enemy together, that old fellow couldn't win and ran away. Before he ran, he even took a lot of treasures from me. Those 3 black beads were originally part of my small world, but they were also taken away by that old fellow. So that's how it is." Ling Junyun murmured, "Now I understand why my father has been unconscious." Yu Ingwan's expression was somewhat sad. "I used to hate my father, but now I admire him very much. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his life to complete the agreement between our ancestors and seniors. Although he wasn't a good father, he is our Yu clan's hero." The sky-devouring beast looked at Yu Ingwan, as if it suddenly thought of something, and said, "That's right. Why is your Yu family's spirit veins being used up so quickly? In fact, it's because your father offered up his family's spirit veins to heal me." "No matter." Yu Ingwan stood up and said in a carefree manner, "Right now, Yu clan doesn't need spirit vein. We can rely on our own strength to stand firm in Qingshan Empire." Boom! A burst of Spirit Emperor aura exploded from Yu Ingwan's body. Chapter 1523. Yu Ingwan had solved the knot in his heart that had troubled him for 10 years, so he naturally became a Spirit Emperor. "Brother Yu, congratulations." Qing Yunji cupped his fists. "Family head Yu, you've finally broken through. Congratulations." Yi Hao also gave his blessings. Ling Junyun smiled and said, "Congratulations, Uncle Yu. Our Qingshan Empire has gained another Spirit Emperor." "Ha ha." Yu Ingwan laughed and said to Tunchen, "Thank you Senior for solving Junior's knot." It was rare that the heaven-devouring beast didn't tease them. Instead, it said solemnly, "Speaking of which, I still owe you guys. How about this? I'll extend the 10 days to 13 days. It's also a little compensation to you guys." "Thank you Senior." Qing Yunji got up and said, "Since we've figured out what happened 10 years ago, we'll go find our own opportunities. Princess Ling, Brother Yi, Senior, goodbye." Yu Ingwan and Qing Yunji left side by side. Ling Junyun got up and was about to leave when Tunchen stopped her. "Little girl, I see that you've been stuck in the Spirit Emperor realm for many years. I have a way to help you break through." "Really?" Ling Junyun's face showed a trace of joy. She didn't remember how long she had been in the Spirit Emperor realm. She only remembered that it was a very long time. She had been looking for a way to break through for so many years but to no avail. Yi Hao straightened his expression and said sternly, "Heaven devouring, don't mess around." The sky-devouring beast was surprised. He looked at Yi Hao curiously and said, "She was a phoenix in the first place. Since she can't be a sparrow, why cut off her wings?" Yi Hao's expression was serious and he was clearly thinking about it. "If I hide my entire life like this, will trouble not come to me?" Tunchen said in self-mockery, "If one day trouble comes to me and I don't have the ability to protect myself, how will I deal with it?" Yi Hao's expression became more serious. He clearly couldn't make up his mind. Ling Junyun stood there in confusion. She clearly didn't know what the two were talking about. What phoenix, sparrow, and trouble? What trouble? Wasn't the biggest trouble in the past the threat of the big families? But wasn't it already resolved? Yi Hao finally made up his mind and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." At the same time, Yi Hao muttered to himself, "Qingshan Emperor, don't blame me. What the sky-swallowing beast said makes sense. No matter how much the phoenix hides its edge, it can't become a sparrow on the ground." Although Ling Junyun didn't understand, she knew that the little mutt on the table would definitely be able to help her break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. As a result, she would have more confidence sitting in that position and would be able to help her father protect the Ling family's foundation. "Little girl, give me your hand." Ling Junyun did as she was told and stretched out her delicate palm. The sky-devouring beast closed its eyes and raised its sharp claws to meet Ling Junyun's palm. The moment their palms touched, a suffocating feeling immediately surrounded Ling Junyun. Ling Junyun felt that she was in darkness, and the darkness was filled with ghostly wails and howls. Those howls were filled with grief and pain. She felt like she was about to run out of breath. Suddenly, There was a yellow light in front of her. She instinctively rushed towards the yellow light. Just as her palm came into contact with the yellow light, the suffocating feeling slowly dissipated. Wrapped in the yellow light, Ling Junyun looked in front of her in disbelief. This was because there was a parasol tree in front of her, and at the top of the parasol tree perched a beautiful phoenix. The phoenix seemed to have sensed something and glanced at Ling Junyun, who was staring straight at it. The moment their gazes met, a sorrowful cry pierced Ling Junyun's eardrums. Then, she saw the phoenix flap its beautiful wings and fly into the sky. Just as the phoenix flapped its wings and flew high, Ling Junyun felt a shackle fall from her heart. In a huge prison in the Chaos Realm. On the 18th floor of the underground prison, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and small wounds covered his body was locked up. The man's hands and feet were bound by the chains on the wall behind him. He lowered his head to look at the dark and damp floor. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heartache. The man's expression changed slightly, and he began to stretch his hands forward. The chains in the prison rustled as if he wanted to escape. The man used a hoarse voice to roar, "Roar! I want to get out. Let go of me." Unfortunately, only echoes responded to him. No one paid attention to his roar. Even if someone heard it, they would only pretend not to hear it. The man seemed to be tired. He knelt on the ground, and the room returned to silence. He had already lived here for 18 years. He originally thought that he could live here for another 18 years, but that heartache just now told him that his daughter had appeared. This also meant that his daughter was in danger. The person who locked him up would not let his daughter go. Qingshan Empire, small world. The sky-devouring beast suddenly retracted its hand and lay on the stone table, panting heavily. Yi Hao anxiously asked, "How is it?" The sky-devouring beast patted its chest with lingering fear and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it really is a phoenix, and an incredible one." Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not asking you if she is a real phoenix, but how is she?" The sky-devouring beast stood on the stone table with its 4 limbs on the ground and said, "Don't worry, she is fine, and she will soon break through to the spirit monarch realm. As for what level she will break through to, I don't know." "What do you mean?" Yi Hao did not understand. Wasn't breaking through from the 9th level spirit emperor realm to the 1st level spirit monarch realm? Could it be that she could directly break through to the 3rd level? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Junyun's body surged with a strong spiritual power. Then, Ling Junyun's aura began to rise. Soon, she broke through to the 1st level spirit monarch realm and reached the realm that Yi Hao had stepped into before. After breaking through to the 1st level spirit monarch realm, the rising aura did not stop. Soon, it broke through to the 2nd level spirit monarch realm, then the 3rd level spirit monarch realm, and it was still rising. Yi Hao was dumbfounded. He had seen people break through to the next level, but he had never seen such a tyrannical one. The sky-devouring beast was very calm and mocked, "Country bumpkin, you haven't seen the world yet, right? There was once someone who broke through 5 levels in one go. This is nothing, I think it is at most 4 levels. Also, I have already told you, this phoenix is incredible, it is not an ordinary phoenix." Sure enough, as the sky-devouring beast said, Ling Junyun's rising aura completely stabilized at the 4th level spirit monarch realm. However, this action of breaking through 4 levels was enough to make Yi Hao dumbfounded. The sky-devouring beast could understand Yi Hao's reaction. After all, this was the ancient demon realm. Chapter 1524. Ling Junyun slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Yi Hao, who had been staring at her, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Yi Hao shook his head, speechless. The sky-devouring beast smiled and said, "He was shocked by you. Breaking through 4 realms in one go isn't something that anyone can do. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Yi Hao flicked the sky-devouring beast. The sky-devouring beast's teeth itched. It wanted to rush forward, but Yi Hao pressed it against the stone table. Ling Junyun looked at this humorous scene and couldn't help but laugh. "I just felt like I had a very long dream. When I woke up, I was already a 4th order spirit monarch." Yi Hao shrugged and said, "Now you're the #1 expert in the Qingshan Empire. No one will dare to find trouble with you. I can go home." "Go home?" Ling Junyun asked. "You're going back to the Qianyuan Empire?" "Yes." Yi Hao stretched and placed his hand on the stone table. The sky-devouring beast climbed onto Yi Hao's shoulder skillfully. "I've been out for a long time. I should go back." "All right." Ling Junyun didn't stop him and said, "Anyway, from now on, you're the prince consort and pillar of the Qingshan Empire. Our two empires are neighbors. If you need any help, just say it." Yi Hao waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "I can accept the pillar of the Qingshan Empire, but forget about the prince consort. You and I both know that's a plan to deal with Yuan Shu. News of our marriage has already spread throughout the ancient demon domain. If you refuse, where will my dignity after ascending to the throne go?" Okay, I won't refuse this matter, but let's forget about the marriage. That won't do." Qingshan District, Imperial Palace. The sky-devouring beast on Yi Hao's shoulder gloated, "You don't want such a beauty sent to your door." "I really don't know what you're thinking." Yi Hao said calmly, "You don't understand. This was because he was missing someone in his heart, someone he might never be able to come into contact with again. Speaking of which, do you know the identity of that little girl?" The Sky Devourer's gossipy heart rose again. Yi Hao shook his head and said, "No, I only know a little about it. I don't know the details." "Are you sure you want to protect her?" "I didn't expect it to be such a hot potato back then. Now that I've made a promise to the Green Mountain Emperor, I have to fulfill it. Moreover, it's an old man's last wish." The sky-devouring beast fell into deep thought. Then it asked, "That's not right. Yuan Shu's spiritual power was shared equally between the two of us. Why are you still in the 8th level of the Spirit Emperor realm?" Yi Hao smiled faintly. "Because it's not time yet." Then, the man and the beast left the palace and went straight to Yuan House. He had promised Zhongqing and the others that they would meet at Yuan House after they came out from the place of ancestral worship. After Yi Hao entered the Yuan mansion, he found that it was very quiet. There was almost no one there. After searching for a long time, he finally found Zhongqing in the main hall of the mansion. "What's wrong? Why are there only a few people here? Where are the others?" Yi Hao asked Zhongqing as he walked into the main hall. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhongqing was very excited. He quickly walked to Yi Hao and said, "Young Emperor, you're finally back. What's wrong?" Yi Hao had a bad feeling. He asked, "Where are Wenyong and Duxing? Why don't I see them?" So Zhongqing told Yi Hao what had happened in the Qianyuan Empire and where Wu Wenyong and the others had gone. Yi Hao's face was livid. He clenched his hands behind his back and said angrily, "What are Yueluan Empire? I didn't make trouble for you, but you came to make trouble for me. I just made an agreement with Princess Ling. I didn't expect to trouble her so soon. Young Emperor, what should we do now?" Zhongqing looked at Yi Hao and asked. Yi Hao said calmly, "You stay here. I'll go back by myself." "Young Emperor, you can't. I'll bring some people to escort you back." "No." Yi Hao quickly thought for a moment before he said, "You have an even more important mission here. Princess Ling will return from the ancestral worship grounds in 13 days. When that time comes, go and inform Princess Ling of this situation. She will know what to do." "Yes." Zhongqing took the order. When he raised his head, he found that Yi Hao had disappeared. Yi Hao, who was standing outside the Yuan mansion, took a deep breath and asked, "Tunchen, can you take back your miniature world at any time and place?" Tunchen said lazily, "That's right." Because, before he could finish, Yi Hao interrupted him. "Okay, I got it. I'll go as fast as I can. Wait. Is there anything else? I won't help you this time. You should know that I have many enemies. I won't help easily. Otherwise, I'll cause a lot of trouble." Yi Hao smiled faintly, "A mere 5th-rank empire doesn't need you. Just stay here." With that, a black figure rushed out of the falling district, out of the Qingshan Imperial City, and towards the Qianyuan Empire. Qianyuan Empire, Qianyuan New City. In the palace, Hu Sanyang was in a mess. She felt that the Qianyuan Empire couldn't wait for Yi Hao to return. Before the Yueluan Empire sealed off the Qianyuan Empire, Hu Sanyang had already sent a message to Yi Hao. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Later, she sent people to sneak into the Qing Shan Empire. However, without exception, they were all captured and executed by the Yueluan Empire. The Yueluan Empire was indeed a fifth-rank empire. They were far more powerful than the Qianyuan Empire. It was said that not only were there high-level spiritual emperors, there were also spiritual emperors. The leader was the Lin family of Yueluan. Sanyang, give me a definite answer. What should we do? That's right. We listened to you and dragged it out. However, now that the entire empire has been sealed off by the Yueluan Empire, resources can't enter. Everyone is in a state of panic. What should we do? That's right. Moreover, the Yueluan Empire has a spiritual emperor. We can't win against them. Why don't we surrender now? Otherwise, the entire empire will be destroyed. Everyone in the palace kept questioning Sanyang. It was as if they were blaming her. Sanyang suddenly missed Yi Hao. If Yi Hao was here, this wouldn't have happened. Stop arguing. Yi was angry. Everyone rarely saw her angry. They knew that this powerful woman was not to be trifled with, so they kept quiet. Yi stood in the palace and laughed coldly. Don't be naive. Do you think that everything will be fine if you surrender? That's nonsense. The reason why the Yueluan Empire didn't attack us immediately, but slowly pushed forward, is to attack our psychological defenses. They want to see us panic and fight among ourselves. They want to see us make a fool of ourselves. Don't you understand? Chapter 1525. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't speak. Yi paused, then continued, Didn't you read the daily battle reports? Every time they surround a city, they slaughter it. They don't leave anyone alive. They're not human, they're beasts. They like to see the despair in the eyes of those who are about to die, because it gives them a great sense of accomplishment. Surrendering will only make you die faster. It will make you die without dignity or value. Then what do you think we should do? Asked a powerful spirit emperor cultivator. Yi calmed her anger and looked at Sanyang. Sanyang took a deep breath and said calmly, Let me ask you, what do we cultivate for? Money, status, reputation. In order to be admired and respected by others. Of course it's for beauties. With strength, there will be no shortage of women around you. Everyone was talking at once, and their answers were all different. Wrong, all wrong. Sanyang pointed to her chest and laughed. We cultivate for ourselves, for our families, for the people around us, and for the responsibility in our heart. Now that the enemy is right in front of us, can we watch our families, the people we're determined to protect, fall one by one under the enemy's butcher's knife? When we watch the enemy slaughter our own people, won't we feel bad? Won't we feel guilty? Can we bow and bend our knees to the enemy just to prolong our feeble existence? Our families are behind us. Even if the country is slaughtered, it must be us who die in front, and our families who die behind us. Can we shrink back? No. 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 Everyone in the hall was stirred up by Hu Sanyang's impassioned words. They waved their arms and refused to surrender. Pass down the order, all Spirit Emperor cultivators will gather at the South Gate tomorrow at noon. Resist the enemy outside the city, and swear to defend Qianyuan to the death. Yes. After receiving the order, everyone left, leaving Zhu Dong and the others standing in the hall. Feng Shui held the snow wind blade and said, Do you think Xiao Di can make it back in time? Thousand Pill Ancestor took a deep breath and smiled. Whether Xiao Di can make it back or not, we have to prepare for the worst. That's right. Zhu Dong continued, Xiao Di gave us Qianyuan before he left, which shows his trust in us. If we can't give him a complete Qianyuan, then at least we can't let it die. My strength may not be high, but I know that this city is something that I must protect with my life. So, if he wants to massacre the city, he will have to ask the two whips in my hands first. Hu Yanzhua laughed mischievously. All right, don't be so sad. I believe the Qianyuan Empire will be safe this time. Yin Xinshin's still wearing a red dress, but she had a lot more. In the corridors of the palace TTTS. Yi Yi was slightly stunned. She said coldly, Hongyang, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that I'm in cahoots with the Yueluan Empire? Hongyang hurriedly shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. I just feel that there's a huge grudge between you and the Yueluan Empire. Every time I talk about them, I feel like I'm gnashing my teeth. That doesn't prove that it's related to me. Hongyang, don't talk nonsense before you have evidence. After saying this, Yi Yi left directly. Hongyang looked at Yi Yi's back and muttered, then I don't understand why the Yueluan Empire's Lin family is looking for you. Is it because of your beauty? I don't believe that. There was a huge military camp 15 kilometers away from Qianyuan New City. There was a huge military flag on the military camp. There was a waning moon on the flag. This was the main camp of the Yueluan Empire's troops. There was a huge golden military tent in the center of the camp. The commanders and the higher-ups of the troops were sitting in the tent. At this moment, there were some disagreements about the plan of the expedition. There was a huge sand table in the tent. The topography of the entire Qianyuan Empire and the locations of the cities were clearly marked on the sand table. On the left side of the sand table, there was a fat general. He pointed at Qianyuan New City in the center of the sand table and said, Qianyuan New City is right in front of us. It's not far away. It can't run away. There's no need to attack first. We'll just follow our plan and slowly nibble away at it. General Lin Yi, I don't think so. A skinny middle-aged man stood up on the right side of the sand table. He said loudly, the Yueluan Empire is a 5th-grade empire. The Qianyuan Empire is only a 4th-grade empire. We could have destroyed it easily. It's just that we listened to your Lin family's suggestion and slowly nibbled away at it. We're already at our doorstep. I don't think it's necessary to nibble away at it. Bang! Yu Xiaoqiu, what do you mean by that? That's right. Are you complaining about our Lin family's plan? Or do you think what we've done before is unnecessary? As soon as he finished speaking, some people behind Lin Yi smashed the flagon on the ground. They pointed at Yu Xiaoqiu and questioned him loudly. Lin Yi smiled. He rubbed his big belly and said, General Yu, you should think carefully before you speak. That's the way it is. Yu Xiaoqiu was not afraid of the Lin family's power at all. He said, to put it nicely, it's called taking things slowly. To put it bluntly, you're just bored to death. Yu Xiaoqiu. Lin Yi glared at him and slammed the sand table heavily. General, you're the commander of this expedition. What do you think? A lazy voice came from behind Lin Yi. A young man with white eyebrows and beard yawned as he looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat who had not spoken. The middle-aged man on the main seat looked a little gloomy. He felt the oppressive atmosphere in the military tent and thought of the advice the Yueluan Emperor had given him before the expedition. Lin Yi did not argue with Yu Xiaoqiu. Instead, he looked at the general on the main seat with a smile and asked, General, what do you think? Yu Xiaoqiu also looked at the man, but did not speak. The middle-aged man collected his thoughts and rested his chin on his hands. He said calmly, We'll do as General Lin Yi says. Bang! Yu Xiaoqiu kicked the table behind him and scolded, Stupid and incompetent, timid, delaying the battle, stupid as pigs and dogs. The man with white eyebrows and beard said impatiently, Wang Jian, is this how you teach your subordinates? Chapter 1526. The middle-aged man named Wang Jian, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the furious Yu Xiaoqiu and said lightly, Remove him from the military post, lock him up in the military tent, and don't let him out without my order. Yes. Immediately, 2 soldiers rushed out from the left and right, and escorted Yu Xiaoqiu out slowly. Before Yu Xiaoqiu left, he cursed, Wang Jian, are you crazy? You are the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. How can you be so indecisive? Wang Jian. Brother Lin, Yu Xiaoqiu's temper is too impulsive. Please forgive him for his disrespectful words. I will deal with this kind of thing seriously, you can rest assured. The young man with white eyebrows smiled. With the general's words, I, Lin Sheng, am relieved. Since the policy has been decided, I will not disturb the general. Lin Sheng got up, followed by Lin Yi and the others. The Lin family coldly glanced at the other people in the military tent and slowly left. When they left, the other generals who were glanced at stood up with a flattering face and respectfully sent the Lin family out of the military tent. Wang Jian looked at the empty tent with a trace of sadness in his eyes. When the sky was about to turn dark, Wang Jian calmly returned to his tent with a jar of wine. As soon as he opened the tent curtain, a powerful arm directly swept over. Wang Jian did not look at it, his right hand gently pushed, and the figure who wanted to sneak attack him stumbled and hit the tea table in the middle of the tent. Wang Jian ordered the guards in the tent, "Go, watch from the outside." Yes. Then, only Wang Jian and Yu Shaoqiu, who was dismissed by Wang Jian, were left in the tent. Wang Jian came to the opposite of Yu Shaoqiu and sat down. He took out 2 empty bowls, poured himself a bowl and drank it. He quietly recalled the piercing taste of the strong liquor, and a smile appeared on his calm face. Smile? You can still smile like this. The more Yu Shaoqiu thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to smash the jar of wine directly on the head of the person in front of him, but thinking that this person was his master, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Smile? Why can't I smile? Wang Jian said with a self-deprecating tone, I have been in the army for 20 years, and I have always been proud of protecting the royal family. But at this moment, I feel a little ashamed. Yu Shaoqiu also understood his master's experience, so he didn't say anything. Wang Jian threw away his pen and joined the army when he was 17 years old. From a small foot soldier, step by step, he became a great general today. And the reason he joined the army was because he was dissatisfied with the big clans bullying the royal family. He believed that the royal family should rule all the other clans and be high above. They didn't need to look at other people's faces or bow and bend their knees. However, the previous emperor had passed away early, leaving behind only a 5-year-old child to guard the estate. The lord was weak and the ministers were strong. Naturally, the child would be controlled by the major families. Wang Jian couldn't bear to see such a scene, so he decided to join the army. From there, he ascended to the imperial court and removed the ministers to replace the lord. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The little emperor, who had grown up under the control of the major families, was now 25 years old, but his heart was still as timid as a child. He had never grown up. The days when the various clans were at war with each other gradually turned into the Lin clan's dominance. It wouldn't be long before the imperial family's surname became Lin. Wang Jian only felt that his more than 20 years of hard work had gone down the drain, so at the moment he was somewhat self-deprecating. This Lin clan is really getting more and more presumptuous. They obviously don't understand military affairs, but they insist on giving orders. Master, can you bear it? Yu Shaoqiu picked up the wine jar and directly drank a big mouthful. I can't bear it, but so what? His Majesty said before leaving that I will make the decision for the small things and Lin Sheng will make the decision for the big things. Isn't it obvious that the Lin clan will control the situation? If so, why do we need to go to war with them? His Majesty is really too old, but he still doesn't know anything. Pa. Wang Jian slapped Yu Shaoqiu's face heavily. His eyes were wide open and his fists were clenched. Yu Shaoqiu was not afraid. He growled, Master, that is a hopeless case. You have already wasted 20 years on him. Don't tell me you want to waste the rest of your life. With your ability, with your strength, it would be better to go to any empire than to be bullied here. Yu Shaoqiu, shut up. Wang Jian, I want you to recognize the reality so that you can make early plans. You unfilial disciple. After saying that, the two of them swung their arms and started fighting in the tent. This fight was different from other fights. It was a physical fight without using spiritual power. Clang, clang. The sound of things shattering could be heard in the tent. At the same time, in Yueluan Imperial City. In an inconspicuous inn, a middle-aged man in black with 2 long swords found a corner and sat down. He carefully tasted the food and wine on the table. Not long after, a young man in blue with a folding fan in his hand walked in. He looked around and then sat down beside the man in black. "How is it?" The man in black threw 2 peanuts into his mouth and asked. The young man took a sip of wine and took a deep breath. Then, he said, "I have the location of the palace and the distribution map. When the time comes, we will sneak into the palace and force the Ueluan Empire to submit. We will definitely be able to force the Ueluan Empire to retreat." How do we force the Ueluan Emperor to submit? Not to mention that he has so many guards around him, even if we can find a chance, with the Ueluan Emperor's strength, will it work? The man in black was confused. The young man chuckled and said, "Brother Du, you worry too much. I have already heard that the Ueluan Emperor will hold a banquet in the palace in 2 days. During the banquet, the security will definitely be tight. But what about after the banquet, especially when it is late at night?" "You mean we can do it then?" "That's right. We have so many people. Even if the Ueluan Emperor is powerful, so what? Okay, then we will do as you say." The 2 of them discussed the details for a while and then left. They were Wu Wenyong and Du Xing, who had hurried from Qingshan Imperial City to Ueluan Imperial City. After they arrived, they each led 20 people to settle down in different places. Then, Wu Wenyong went out to gather information. Finally, he found a chance. 2 days later, they would sneak into the palace and force the Ueluan Emperor to retreat. On the border of the Qingshan Empire stood a man in black with a tired expression. He looked at the few remaining spirit coins in his interspatial ring and smiled bitterly. In order to save time, he kept looking for cities and then used the teleportation formations in the cities to hurry. Finally, he arrived at the border of the Qingshan Empire before daybreak. He looked at the boundary stone beside him. If he took a step, he would enter the territory of the Qianyuan Empire. Chapter 1527. The black-clothed man coldly looked at the figures lurking in the darkness, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and stepped into the territory of the Qianyuan Empire. Whoosh! Just as Yi Hao took a step forward and before his other foot could follow, many people appeared around him. These people all held spears in their hands and wore armor with crescent moons painted on them. The crowd parted and made a path. A young general with a sword at his waist and riding a fiery red horse appeared arrogantly. "Who are you? Do you know that the Qianyuan Empire has been sealed off by the Ueluan Empire?" "Of course I know," the man in black replied indifferently. "You know?" The young general was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "How dare you barge in even though you know? You're courting death." The man in black looked up. His red eyes were unusually cold. He said indifferently, "Do I need your permission to go home?" "Go home?" The young general was stunned. He then laughed and said, "Oh, so you're a commoner of the Qianyuan Empire. But do you know that you don't have a home anymore?" "Ha ha ha." The man in black looked cold. "How about this? Since you're homeless, as long as you're willing to kneel down and bark like a dog, I'll take you in, you homeless dog. Hurry up. Our Master Lin has already said it. What are you waiting for?" "That's right. The Qianyuan Empire was destroyed long ago. Our Master Lin is being merciful. Kid, you won't get another chance like this. Be sensible." The surrounding soldiers mocked him without restraint. The man in black smiled coldly and asked, "You want me to kneel? Do you know who I am?" The young general said indifferently, "I don't care who you are. Don't piss me off. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." The man in black leaned down slightly. The crowd's mocking laughter grew louder. Unexpectedly, the man in black bounced up from the ground in the next second. With a punch, the young general and his horse flew into the distance. The surrounding people were stunned. They thought that the man in black was frightened by them and wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Who knew that he was accumulating strength and sent their leader flying with a punch? "You brat, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Sure enough, The people of the Qianyuan Empire are all ungrateful commoners. Go to hell, you lowly commoner. How dare you attack young Master Lin? You're dead meat. Everyone rushed forward with spears in their hands. The black-clothed man didn't care at all, and directly threw the little dog that had been sleeping soundly in his arms out. Just as the little dog was about to die under the spear, it suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in. Everyone, including their weapons, was sucked into the little dog's stomach. After the surroundings returned to normal, the little dog let out a satisfied burp. It came to the black-clothed man's shoulder and hatefully said, "Next time, before you let me eat, can you at least say hello to me? I was just dreaming." "All right, go to sleep." The man in black stuffed the little dog into his arms and looked at the figure that had been fleeing not far away. His figure moved slightly, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of that figure. After flying out with the horse and landing on the ground, the young general was just about to come over to seek revenge when he saw his men being swallowed by a monster. A chill slowly rose from the soles of his feet, and he began to run for his life. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking man in black appeared in front of him in an instant. The young general knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time, and very skillfully knelt down and said, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me." The black-clothed man looked at him curiously and said, "You're quite good at kneeling, aren't you?" The young general kowtowed and begged, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. I'll bark like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. You're from the Lin family of Full Moon Kingdom?" After hearing these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the young general's heart. A glimmer of hope that he could live on. "Yes, big brother, I'm from the Lin family. You can't kill me, or the Lin family of Full Moon Kingdom won't let you go." The black-clothed man sneered and said, "Do you know who I am?" "Who?" The young general didn't dare to be careless this time. He hurriedly asked, "I am Yi Hao of Qianyuan." Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, the young general slowly fell down with a small wound on his forehead. His closed eyes were filled with confusion. Yi Hao took back his flying sword and said, "I've killed many Lin family members of Full Moon Kingdom. What's one more?" Then, Yi Hao turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Qianyuan New City. The next day, Hu Sanyang, who had changed into a military uniform, stood on the city wall and looked into the distance, lost in thought. That day, he left through this gate. That day, she stood at the city gate and saw him off from afar. "Hey, Sanyang, why are you here so early?" Yin Xinshin was still dressed in red today. She came to Sanyang's side and asked, "Oh." Sanyang came back to her senses and answered, "I have nothing to do, so I thought I'd come early and see where we can set up camp. As far as I know, the Full Moon Empire's main camp is on a piece of flat land 30 miles away from the city gate. If we want to set up camp outside the city, I suggest that we set up camp on a mountain too. 5 miles away." Yi, who was dressed in white, had also arrived on the city wall. "Okay, it's not far from Qianyuan New City and the enemy's main camp. Let's do it." Sanyang agreed. "I don't have any objections. We'll do as you say." Yin Xinshin also agreed. Gradually, more and more people came to the city wall. When the wall was full, many people stood at the city gate. Noon had arrived. Out of the city, Hu Sanyang waved her hand and led everyone out of the city. They went straight to a mountain too, 5 miles away. Before leaving, she gave 5 tokens to Yueying. Yueying looked at the departing figures of the soldiers and murmured, "Don't worry, I will protect the people of Qianyuan New City." When it was close to evening, the cultivators of Qianyuan New City finally set up camp on the mountain. Guards, patrols, tents, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. There were a total of 13 tents on the mountain. Other than the largest one for meetings, one for storage, and one for the 3 female cultivators, there were only 10 tents left. Each tent could hold 100 spirit emperors, so in total, there were 1,000 spirit emperors. Of course, although these cultivators were all spirit emperors, there were still some differences. Most of them were mid-level spirit emperors. There were only 200 or 300 high-level spirit emperors, and less than 10 peak spirit emperors. At night, everyone went to sleep. Only Hu Sanyang and Yi Yi were still in the tent. Chapter 1528. Hu Sanyang looked at the giant sand table in front of her, her eyes filled with worry. After a period of development, the Qianyuan Empire was indeed much stronger than before. The 1,000 spirit emperors were the best proof. However, this was still not enough to compete with the Yueluan Empire, which was a rank 5 empire. Because they did not have top-level combat power. According to the intelligence, there were 2 spirit emperors in the Yueluan Empire's army. On the other hand, they did not have one. Perhaps the outcome of this war had been decided from the beginning. However, Hu Sanyang was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Therefore, she chose to stay outside the city and defend the Qianyuan Empire with her life. When do you think the young emperor will return? Yi Yi looked at the flickering light and suddenly asked. Hu Sanyang collected her thoughts and murmured, I don't know when the young emperor will return, but I know that he will. We will not lose this war. That's right. The young emperor and the Green Mountain are united by marriage. When he returns, he'll be accompanied by thousands of troops. We won't lose. Yi Yi regained a lot of confidence and smiled. Hu Sanyang shook her head slightly. In her heart, even if the young emperor did not return with thousands of troops, they would still win. The headquarters of the Yueluan Empire. In the largest military tent, everyone gathered once again because of 2 matters. General Wang Jian sat in the main seat. On his right sat Lin Yi and the Lin family. On his left sat Yu Shaoqiu and the other generals. Before the meeting began, Lin Yi looked at Yu Shaoqiu's swollen face and laughed. Yu Shaoqiu, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Yu Shaoqiu glared at Lin Yi and then looked at Wang Jian with resentment. Wang Jian calmly rubbed his fist. Lin Yi suddenly understood and laughed. I see. I was wondering why you could come out. General, thank you. Then, Lin Yi cupped his hands at Wang Jian. Wang Jian waved his hand and said in a deep voice, let's get down to business. I received 2 pieces of news. First, 1,000 cultivators of Qianyuan City have left the city and set up camp on a mountain 5 miles away from the city. They said they want to fight us head-on. What do you think? That's pretty good. Lin Yi said before Yu Shaoqiu could. Ever since we entered the Qianyuan Empire, it has been a one-sided massacre. It's not interesting at all. Since these lowlifes want to fight us head-on, we'll play with them. That's right, General Lin. The group of generals behind Lin Yi echoed. I don't think so. Even though Yu Shaoqiu's face was swollen, he still slammed the table and stood up to voice his opinion. I think that since the people of New Qianyuan City dared to leave the city, they must have something to rely on. We should take advantage of the fact that they haven't gained a firm foothold and launch a surprise attack on their camp. Night raid. Lin Yi sneered. Yu Shaoqiu, is this necessary? They're just a bunch of lowly commoners. Of course it's necessary. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out of the city and confront us directly? Are you looking for trouble? Why do you like to go against me so much? Yu Shaoqiu was enraged, and said, I'm just stating fact. Lin Yi clutched his big belly and walked to the middle of the crowd, and said, you're stating facts, right? Well, let's let everyone be the judge. Lin Yi pointed to the other generals in the hall and sternly asked, I don't think it's necessary, but Yu Shaoqiu thinks it's necessary to launch a night raid. What do you think? Of course it's not necessary. Yu Shaoqiu, don't make a fuss over nothing. The Lin family took the lead to agree. The others were silent. Speak. Lin Yi suddenly became angry and kicked the tea table in front of him. General Lin Yi is right. It's not necessary. Yes, we'll listen to General Lin Yi. They're just lowly commoners. It's not worth making a fuss over nothing. General Yu, you're overthinking. Yu Shaoqiu looked at the flattering faces of the people in the tent and the anger in his heart soared to the sky. Lin Yi looked at Wang Jian with a smile. Wang Jian still looked calm, and said, then we'll listen to General Lin Yi and play with them. Haha, That's the best. Lin Yi laughed out loud and sat back on his seat while clutching his belly. Yu Shaoqiu held back his anger and also returned to his seat. Wang Jian continued, since the first thing has been solved, let's talk about the second thing. Last night, a young man in black suddenly broke into our blockade line from the Green Mountain Empire. His target was very clear. He went straight to Tianyuan New City. It only took him a day to advance dozens of miles. And wherever he went, the soldiers of the Yueluan Empire were all killed. He didn't come with good intentions and his methods were ruthless. What do you think? Lin Yi was the first to speak. He asked, General, have you found out the identity of this person? We only know that this person appeared at the border between the Green Mountain Empire and Tianyuan. We don't know anything about his identity. After all, the people who have seen him in the Yueluan Empire are all dead. Wang Jian's face was still calm. General Lin Yi, I heard that some of the younger generation of the Lin family died at the hands of this person. What? Are you not going to take revenge? After all, the Lin family of the Yueluan Empire is famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. If you let this person advance unscrupulously, where will the Lin family put its face? Yu Shaoqiu suddenly said indifferently. Lin Yi wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at him with a smile. Then, he smiled sinisterly and said, General, I think this person's identity is not simple. And wherever he went, our soldiers were all killed. I think he's not weak. Why don't we let General Yu investigate this person? After all, General Yu is a half-step spirit monarch. Yu Shaoqiu was furious. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. Lin Yi no longer looked at him. Instead, he looked at Wang Jian and said, General, what do you think? Okay. Wang Jian put his chin on his hands and said calmly, we'll do as General Lin Yi says. Ha ha ha, that's great. Lin Yi laughed heartily and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Then, Lin Yi left with the Lin family with his head held high. The generals on the left also followed closely behind and left the tent. However, before they left, Yu Shaoqiu heard every single word of their inappropriate remarks. Sigh, it seems that the general's power is gone. Not the general, but His Majesty. His Majesty fears the Lin family like a tiger. What can we, the officials, do? Forget it, forget it. Let's go find the Lin family and find a way out for ourselves. I really regret boarding this broken ship. After they left, Yu Shaoqiu slapped Wang Jian's desk and shouted angrily, Wang Jian, did you hear that? They said that your ship is a broken ship. They regret it and want to suck up to the Lin family. Chapter 1529. Wang Jian gently pushed his hand away, took out a book from the desk, and read it carefully. Yu Shaoqiu saw that Wang Jian was indifferent, so he grabbed the book and said angrily, you can see the ambition of the Lin family from this incident. They want to target me first, then you, and finally that high and mighty guy who only cares about pleasure. I heard it, I know. It's a broken boat, but so what? Wang Jian took back the book and continued reading. Are you willing to accept this? 20 years of business. Man proposes, God disposes. Let's do our best and leave it to fate. Wang Jian turned a page and continued reading. Yu Shaoqiu was disappointed and was about to leave. Wang Jian's ears moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, wait, come back. Yu Shaoqiu said angrily, what? I have to go back and pack up, and check out that young man's background. Wang Jian sensed carefully, and after confirming that the eavesdropper had left, he put down the book and walked to Yu Shaoqiu. Check out? I'm afraid you're going to die. What do you mean? Yu Shaoqiu was confused. He's just a young man. How powerful can he be? Can he beat me, a half-step spirit monarch? Wang Jian put his hands behind his back and murmured, Qing Shan, Sky Street Conference, Yi Sangao. Yu Shaoqiu was surprised and laughed. Yi Sangao, the one who severely injured the Lin family and won the championship. That man in black is him? Who else could it be? Wang Jian turned around and looked at him seriously. But do you know his true identity? True identity? He is the king of the Tianyuan Empire, Yi Hao. Hiss. Yu Shaoqiu gasped. He didn't expect that Yi Hao was the king of the Qianyuan Empire. But now he understood why the messenger of the empire didn't see Yi Hao. Isn't that great? If we catch him, the entire Qianyuan Empire will surrender without a fight. Surrender without a fight? Are you crazy? Wang Jian looked helplessly at his brave but brainless disciple. Did you forget Yi Sangao's record in the Sky Street Conference? He crippled Qing Gao, a half-step spirit monarch, and you think you can catch him? Moreover, he went to the ancestor worshipping meeting on Green Mountain. His cultivation state must have improved a lot. Yu Shaoqiu's face darkened as he said, so the Lin family already knew this person's identity and wanted me to die. Wang Jian sighed. Do you think I don't know anything? Actually, I know everything. But so what if I know? You're right. This time, the Lin family's target is you. Next time, it will be me, and the time after that will be. Wang Jian didn't feel too sad. He took off his interspatial ring and handed it to Yu Shaoqiu. This is. Take it. It will be useful. Wang Jian said seriously, remember my words. Don't look back. Don't look for Yi Hao. Leave Qianyuan and Yueluan. Go as far as you can. Then what about you, master? Yu Shaoqiu held the interspatial ring and felt that it was very heavy. Me. I have my own destiny. Don't worry. Wang Jian waved his hand and said tiredly, go. Don't take anything. Just leave. Yu Shaoqiu's eyes were wet. He knelt down and kowtowed to Wang Jian 3 times. Then, he left the military camp and disappeared. Wang Jian took a deep breath and sighed, 20 years, it's still useless. Lin family's military camp. Lin Yi stood beside Lin Sheng and said respectfully, second uncle, I'm worried that Yu Shaoqiu won't go to check on Yi Hao. He might have other plans. Otherwise, Lin Sheng put down the teacup in his hand and said, I know what you mean. Since I'm bored here, I might as well go out and meet the winner of the Heavenly Street meeting. Okay. Lin Yi said happily, second uncle, don't worry. Leave it to me. With me here, Wang Jian won't be able to do anything. Lin Sheng responded indifferently and disappeared from where he stood. Lin Yi looked at the big tent where he was the only one left and muttered to himself, worthy of being a third-order spirit emperor, amazing. When can I reach this level of cultivation? 30 miles away from Qianyuan New City, there was a small village. A man in black stood beside the well in the small village. The man looked at the corpses on the ground and felt sad. Master, you have 5,000 mission tokens now. Do you want to use them? Yi Hao withdrew his sad thoughts and entered the store. He knew that sadness was useless. The most useful thing to do now was to improve his strength, avenge the dead, and protect the living. Since the system was upgraded, Yi Hao had completed many side missions. Therefore, he had accumulated 5,000 mission tokens. Therefore, he wanted to look around and see if there was anything suitable. After all, the war was imminent. He needed to be prepared. Suddenly, he saw a fiery red bead in the store. He clicked on it and took a closer look. Wrath of the 9 heavens. The bead contained a strong spiritual power. If it was thrown out at a critical moment, the spiritual power would directly annihilate people below 4th order spirit monarch. Oh my god, this is good stuff. For the current Yi Hao, he really needed some means to protect himself. This thing was just right. Therefore, he looked at the price. It cost 3,000 mission tokens. This price is too expensive. Forget it, I'll buy it in case I need it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using 3,000 mission tokens to buy 1 Fury of the 9th heaven. After this purchase, the host only has 2,000 mission tokens left. Then, a fiery red bead appeared in Yi Hao's hand. Just holding it made him feel that it was full of spiritual power. Yi Hao put away the Fury of the 9th heaven and sat down cross-legged. He continued to draw on the power of the stars. Now, he could do 2 big circulations a day. Not long after, Yi Hao's skin suddenly turned silver-white. The Tunshin in Yi Hao's arms suddenly jumped out. It looked at Yi Hao's silver-white skin and exclaimed, no way, this kid hasn't cultivated for long. Why do I feel that the first chapter of the transformation of stars and moon is close to perfection? That's right, I know. The Tunshin revealed a relieved expression and murmured, I was wondering where the spiritual power from Yuan Shu went. It turns out that it was used to draw on the power of the stars. It seems that he wants to cover his body with the power of the stars. Interesting. Time passed slowly. Gradually, the sky began to turn bright. Yi Hao cultivated for the whole night. The Tunshin lay down beside Yi Hao and slept for the whole night. When dawn broke, a slight sound came from Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth held a smile. He gently exhaled and said, there is still a trace of the spiritual power stolen from Yuan Shu. I might as well use it to break through. It seems that the effect is quite good. Chapter 1530. Yi Hao rested in the village for a night. Not only did he fully comprehend the first chapter of the moon and stars transformation, but he also broke through to the 9th level Spirit Emperor. He was only one step away from becoming a Spirit Emperor. Yi Hao reached out and placed the sleeping Tunshin into his arms. Just as he was about to leave, the Tunshin suddenly poked out from Yi Hao's arms. Someone's here. Yi Hao smiled and said, I know, it's just a half-step Spirit Emperor. Don't worry. No. The Tunshin looked very serious and said, there's another guy behind the half-step Spirit Emperor. Oh. Yi Hao was a little surprised and asked, what's his cultivation? 3rd level Spirit Emperor. Hiss. Yi Hao sucked in a breath of cold air and laughed. The Full Moon Empire is really willing to spend a lot of money. To deal with me, they actually invited a 3rd level Spirit Emperor. Do you need me to make a move? The Tunshin knew that Yi Hao's cultivation was low and couldn't defeat a 3rd level Spirit Emperor. No, you promised me 3 things. I can't waste one of them here. Stay here obediently. Okay, then you're on your own. After that, the Tunshin directly left Yi Hao's arms and ran to a nearby roof. Yi Hao looked indifferently in front of him and a thin figure slowly appeared. The thin figure came to Yi Hao and asked, you're the champion of the Heavenly Street Conference, Yi Hao, and also the Qianyuan Empire's Jun Wan? Yi Hao was a little surprised and said, it seems that there are still smart people in the Full Moon Empire. What's your name? The thin figure stared at Yi Hao and said word by word, I'm Yu Shaoqiu. That's right, this person was Yu Shaoqiu who left the Full Moon Empire's camp. Originally, he was going to leave after leaving the camp, but he changed his mind and didn't want to leave his master alone in this dangerous place. So, he followed the information and found Yi Hao. Yu Shaoqiu? General Yueluan's disciple? Before Yi Hao left the Qingshan Imperial City, he had obtained some information from Zhongqing, so he knew a little about the important figures in the Yueluan Empire. Yes, Wang Jian is my master. Yu Shaoqiu did not avoid the topic. So you're here to kill me? Yi Hao looked at him with amusement and said, but I'm curious. You know that I'm Yi Sangao, which means that you know that a half-step spirit monarch is nothing in front of me. If that's the case, why are you asking for trouble? Yu Shaoqiu hesitated for a long time. When he saw Yi Hao's red eyes, he finally made up his mind. He bent his legs and knelt on the ground. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Yu Shaoqiu is here to surrender to you. Yi Hao was slightly taken aback. Then, he looked at the white figure behind Yu Shaoqiu and asked, Surrender? Does the person behind you know that you're here to surrender? Yu Shaoqiu was confused. He suddenly turned around and saw a young man with white eyebrows and beard standing behind him. It seemed that he had been here for a long time. Lin Sheng, why are you here? Lin Sheng smiled without saying a word and walked closer slowly. Yu Shaoqiu stood up from the ground and said with relief, It must be Lin Yi who asked you to follow me. I knew that fatty was up to no good. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, Though I don't like that damn fatty either, what he said is right. Are you going to take Wang Jian's order to surrender to the champion of the Green Mountain meeting? Yu Shaoqiu said angrily, Lin Sheng, don't be so sarcastic. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with my master. Oh, is that so? Lin Sheng stared at Yu Xiaoqiu's hand and pointed at a space ring. I remember that you didn't have this ring before. This seems to be Wang Jian's. What else do you have to say? Yu Xiaoqiu didn't know what to say. This ring was indeed not his, but his master's. It was meant to give him more means to protect himself, but now it became an effective evidence for the Lin family to slander his master. You don't have to say anything. When the time comes, we'll bring your corpse back with the ring as evidence. This time, Wang Jian will fall. Lin Sheng was in a good mood and said a few more words. Wang Jian had always been a big problem for the Lin family. However, Wang Jian had lived a clean life with almost no stains, so the Lin family didn't know how to bring him down. Now with the ring in Yu Xiaoqiu's hand, they could charge Wang Jian with treason for betraying his master. In this way, the high and mighty little emperor would really be alone. Yu Xiaoqiu naturally knew what Lin Sheng was thinking. He said angrily, Lin Sheng, stop dreaming. I won't go back with you even if I die. It's not up to you. Lin Sheng snorted and took a step forward. That step didn't seem like a normal step. He came directly in front of Yu Xiaoqiu and reached out with his palm. Just as his palm was about to touch Yu Xiaoqiu's chest, a huge force pulled Yu Xiaoqiu back, and Lin Sheng's palm missed. Yi Hao pulled Yu Xiaoqiu behind him and looked at Lin Sheng. Is everyone in the Lin family so arrogant? Yu Xiaoqiu came to surrender to me, so he's already my man. You have to look at the master before beating a dog, not to mention killing a person. You! Lin Sheng looked at Yi Hao with disdain and said disdainfully, a half-step spirit monarch and a 9th-level spirit emperor. I'm giving you a handicap of one hand and you can't even beat me. You want to be respected? Dream on. TSK, do you know whose territory you're talking to? Yi Hao's voice deepened, and a fiery red long sword appeared in his hand. His eyes narrowed, and a raging battle intent gushed out. Imperial City of Green Mountain, Royal Palace. A middle-aged man with a hurried expression was led by a golden-armored guard to the palace's meeting hall. A young woman in a golden dress sat on the main seat of the hall, and the patriarchs of the 6 great clans stood on either side of her. On her left were Qing Yunji, Huangfu Yunji, and Hao Gui. On her right were Yu Ingwan, Han Shi, and the blind Yuan Mu. After the man entered the hall, he knelt on the ground and said, Zhongqing greets Princess Ling, stand up and speak. Ling Junyun waved her hand and asked, Zhongqing, why are you here? Princess, I'm here on the orders of my young emperor to report to you. Before Zhongqing could finish, Ling Junyun interrupted him and said, is it about the Yueluan Empire? Princess, you know about it. Ling Junyun nodded and said softly, yes. Not long after Yi Hao left, he sent a message to Ju Tong and the others, asking them to rush to the Yueluan Empire. After we heard about the Yueluan Empire from Ju Tong, we immediately rushed out to discuss countermeasures. I see. The stone in Zhongqing's heart finally fell to the ground. Chapter 1531. Ever since Yi Hao left Zhongqing in the Green Mountain Imperial City to wait for news, Zhongqing would send people into the palace to gather information. He wanted to meet with Princess Ling as soon as possible. He was worried that Qianyuan Empire would not last for 13 days under Yueluan Empire's attack. Fortunately, Princess Ling and the others returned a day after Yi Hao left. This made Zhongqing feel a lot more at ease. If Green Mountain Empire really helped, Yueluan Empire would have to retreat. Zhongqing cupped his hands and retreated to the side. In this ancestral worship ceremony, Yuan clan has suffered the most losses. Therefore, Yuan Mu, you don't have to go. Yes. Yuan Mu nodded indifferently. Ling Junyun stared at Yuan Mu closely, trying to see something from his face. Unfortunately, she could not see anything. There was no joy from being in power, nor was there any sadness from the loss of Yuan clan. Ling Junyun shook her head and continued, Yi Sangao's real name is Yi Hao. He is not only the king of Qianyuan Empire, but also the prince consort of our Green Mountain Empire. Therefore, we have to participate in this battle and help Qianyuan defeat Yueluan Empire. Qing Yunji and the others were slightly stunned. They did not know that Yi Hao was Yi San Gao, but it was not too late to know now. Qing Yunji bowed and said, "Princess is right. Yi Hao is the prince consort of our Green Mountain Empire. Now that Yueluan Empire is attacking Tianyuan Empire, they are provoking us. We have to participate in this battle." "I second that." The other clan leaders bowed in unison. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded in the palace. An unknown clan leader jumped out and pointed at Ling Junyun as he asked, "Princess Ling, do you know that the Yueluan Empire has always been on good terms with Green Mountain? Have you considered the consequences of offending the Yueluan Empire for the sake of a mere fourth-class empire? Have you considered the consequences?" Ling Junyun looked calm and did not speak. Yu Ingwan roared, "Fang clan leader, what's your attitude?" "Hee hee." Fang family head sneered and scolded, "Yu Ingwan, your Yu family has already declined. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? I really didn't expect that all of your great families would become servants under a woman's skirt. Truly lamentable are." "Fang Sheng." Ling Junyun stood up from the main hall and said calmly, "Do you know the national surname of the Green Mountain Empire?" "Of course I do. Since you know that the Qingshan Empire's surname is Ling, you have no right to order people around in this hall. Get out." Ling Junyun gently pushed and all the spiritual energy in her body surged out. Fang Sheng flew out of the hall uncontrollably. As he fell, his eyes were filled with shock. Fourth Order Spirit Emperor Realm. How could this be? Previously, Princess Spirit was still in the Spirit Emperor Realm. How did she become a Fourth Order Spirit Monarch after a trip to the ancestral worship grounds? Does anyone have any objections? The hall was silent for 3 seconds before everyone said in unison, "Your subjects have no objections." Then, tomorrow at noon, we will gather at the palace gate. Today, besides the Yuan family, anyone who does not show up will have their whole family killed. Yes. The majesty of an emperor filled the entire hall. Everyone trembled as they retreated. Only a white-robed figure remained standing in the hall. "Yuan Mu, is there anything else?" Yuan Mu smiled indifferently and asked, "Your subject only wants to ask a question. May I ask where Yuan Shu is now?" Ling Junyun said indifferently, "Yuan Shu offending his superiors is a crime punishable by death. However, considering that the Yuan family has been cautious and conscientious for so many years, I have ordered people to lock him up in the dungeon until he dies of old age." "I see." Yuan Mu cupped his hands and said, "Then, your subject will take his leave." After the court assembly ended, Ling Junyun went to the Hall of Physical Cultivation. A middle-aged scholar was standing at the entrance. When the scholar saw Ling Junyun, he hurried forward and congratulated, "Congratulations, Princess." Ling Junyun said expressionlessly, "What is there to congratulate?" "Congratulations, Princess, for subduing the 6 great families. From now on, there will be no more internal strife in the Green Mountain Empire. Congratulations, Princess, for breaking through to the Spirit Monarch realm, intimidating your subjects and restoring the royal family's glory." Ling Junyun was still expressionless as she asked, "Uncle Yuchi, where is my father?" Yuchi Wei's expression was somewhat sorrowful as he said, "Princess, His Majesty is sleeping inside. Do you want to go in?" "Yes." Ling Junyun entered the hall while Yuchi Wei guarded the entrance. In the center of the hall was a crystal coffin. Ling Junyun opened the lid and looked at the old man sleeping peacefully. A faint smile appeared on her stiff face. "Father, I did it. I can finally protect the royal family. You can sleep peacefully. This time, it's all thanks to Yi Hao. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have no hope of becoming Spirit Emperor. Also, Yi Hao is in trouble. You said it before, a friend is in trouble. Moreover, I have an engagement with him. I will leave tomorrow. You have to take care of yourself." Ling Junyun rambled on for a long time. In the end, she lay on the coffin and burst into tears. In the depths of the dungeon of the Green Mountain Palace, there was a cell made of black iron. In the cell, there was a skinny old man. The old man looked at the small window where he could see light and was lost in thought. Not long ago, he was the powerful Yuan family head. Not long later, he became a lowly prisoner who was struggling at death's door. And the cause of all this was that unassuming young man from a small place whom he had always looked down upon. Thinking of this, the old man felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He was unwilling. He didn't understand why his plan had failed and why Yi Hao was so clear about the spirit array replacement. "Ari." The old man sighed deeply. "What's wrong? You're discouraged?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in the room. Then, a masked man in black appeared in front of the old man. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The old man looked at him in fear. The masked man chuckled and mocked. "How could a person without any spiritual power like you know how I came in?" "You." The old man was speechless. "Yuan Shu, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want revenge?" Yuan Shu's eyes were crazy. He said hurriedly, "Of course I want revenge. I can't forget the heart-wrenching pain when my spirit energy was taken away. I want to tear him to pieces. But..." Yuan Shu suddenly choked. "But I can't do it. I don't even have spirit energy now. My lifespan is also reduced. I can't even get out of this cell. How can I take revenge? How can I take revenge?" "I can help you," the man in black said calmly. Chapter 1532. In a small village in the Tianyuan Empire. Two surging spiritual energies collided in the village, accompanied by streaks of red sword light. Yi Hao was sent flying by Lin Sheng. He came to Yu Shaoqiu's side and looked at the back of his hand. He asked, "Where did this guy come from? Why is his spiritual energy so powerful? I feel like my meridians are about to be frozen by him." Yu Shaoqiu had been watching the battle for a long time. Seeing that Lin Sheng, who was a 3rd-level spirit emperor, was unable to defeat Yi Hao, who was a 9th-level spirit emperor, he couldn't help but admire Yi Hao. He told him everything he knew. Lin Sheng is the 2nd most powerful person in the Yueluan Lin family. His cultivation is second only to the head of the Lin family. It is said that he cultivates extremely cold spiritual energy. 9 out of 10 people who fight with him have their meridians frozen and then cruelly killed. Yi Hao shuddered. He put his left hand on the back of his right hand and murmured, "So powerful. I underestimated him. Then I can borrow your spiritual energy to test my star body." Yi Hao held his sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Then his body flashed with a silver light. Not long after, a silver-white spiritual energy appeared around Yi Hao and gradually covered his whole body. On the roof, the sky-devouring beast, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up. Seeing the changes on Yi Hao's body, it couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, interesting. It seems that the first chapter of the star and moon transformation has been completely understood. Although this star body is much worse than Xing Yu's, it is enough in the ancient demon realm." At this moment, Yi Hao's body had indeed changed. His bronze skin gradually turned silver-white. Lin Sheng looked at the young man with silver-white skin and red eyes and sneered, "Hey," pretending to be mysterious. "You're just a 9th-level spirit emperor. What can you do to me? Is that so?" Yi Hao smiled and moved slightly. In the next moment, he was behind Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was shocked. Just as he turned around, a silver-white fist came at him. Bang! Lin Sheng's arm took a solid punch, and he retreated dozens of steps before stopping. He said doubtfully, "That's impossible. Your body can't be so fast." Lin Sheng didn't understand what was going on, but Tunchen, who was on the roof, saw everything clearly. Yi Hao's movement technique just now wasn't an ordinary movement technique. If he wasn't wrong, it was the stellar transposition. My goodness, where did this kid get such a good item? Sky-devouring beast stared at Yi Hao with glowing eyes. Yi Hao waved his hand lightly and said indifferently, "Idiot, there are many things you don't understand. How can this be the only thing?" Lin Sheng no longer hesitated as a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So what if you're fast? I only need to slowly inject my extremely cold spiritual energy into your body and nibble away at your meridians. There will be a moment when you'll be at my mercy. I admit that as a 9th-level spirit emperor, you are indeed different from others. You can actually fight so many of me. Cut the crap, take my fists. Yi Hao abandoned his sword and used his fists to rush towards Lin Sheng. It wasn't that Yi Hao couldn't use a sword, but if he wanted to test the power of the stellar body, his fists were the best weapon. Yi Hao's body was still very fast, but Lin Sheng was a third-level spirit emperor after all. His cultivation and vision were much higher than Yi Hao's, and he judged where Yi Hao would land in advance. Yi Hao attacked first, and the two fists collided. Yi Hao's body frantically retreated, while Lin Sheng stood in the same place with an indifferent expression. Yi Hao looked at the raging cold air on his fist and used his stellar force to nibble away at it. Not long after, the cold air disappeared. Yi Hao's brows relaxed. It seemed that the extremely cold spiritual energy had no effect on his stellar body. Then, his whole body tensed up, and he rushed out again like an arrow leaving the bow. Lin Sheng stood in the same place, and no matter how Yi Hao attacked him from all directions, he didn't move. A silver-white figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, and Lin Sheng sneered. When the figure rushed towards him, he jumped lightly into the air, and then stomped his feet down. Seeing that he was about to step on Yi Hao's chest, Yi Hao waved his arms and crossed them to block. Boom! A big pit was formed on the ground. After doing all this, Lin Sheng jumped to the ground very lightly. After a long time, the figure in the pit didn't get up and leave. Yu Xiaoqiu's eyes revealed a trace of worry, but more than that, there was hatred. He was worried about Yi Hao, and he was angry that Lin Yi sent someone to follow him and wanted to kill him secretly. The sky-devouring beast, who was lying on the roof, yawned lazily, closed its eyes, and continued to sleep, as if it wasn't worried about Yi Hao's safety. "Mph, I already told you, you can't beat me." Lin Sheng moved lightly and came to the side of the big pit. He looked at Yi Hao, who was lying motionless at the bottom of the big pit, and mocked, "I admire your courage, but it ends here." He jumped down and looked coldly at Yi Hao. "I said, your meridians will be frozen by me sooner or later, and you will be at my mercy." Yi Hao, who was in the deep pit, was silent, but his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Sheng stretched out his claw and grabbed Yi Hao's forehead, covering his eyes, and sneered, "No, you shouldn't have such a look in your eyes. It should be despair. That is the look I want. Ha ha ha." A burst of wild laughter came from the bottom of the deep pit, but then a red light flashed, and the laughter came to an abrupt end. At the bottom of the big pit, Yi Hao, who was covered by Lin Sheng's claw, put two of his fingers together and gently touched Lin Sheng's chest. On Lin Sheng's back, there was a fiery red sword. "How is this possible?" Lin Sheng's voice was a little hoarse, but more of it was filled with shock. "Idiot!" Yi Hao shouted and pushed Lin Sheng's hand away. He threw a punch, and Lin Sheng flew into the air. Before he landed, a silver-white figure appeared in front of him. The figure put his fists together and punched heavily at Lin Sheng's chest. Bang! 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 Lin Sheng's figure retreated quickly, knocking down a few houses that were about to collapse before he stopped. The exhausted Yi Hao half knelt on the ground. A silver-white light flashed, and Yi Hao's skin returned to normal. Yu Xiaoqiu, who was dumbfounded, hurried forward and helped Yi Hao up. He said in disbelief, "You actually sent Lin Sheng flying. That's too powerful." Cough, cough. Yi Hao coughed a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Just now, he took advantage of Lin Sheng's confidence in his cold energy and pretended that his meridians were frozen. He lied in the deep pit to lure Lin Sheng. When Lin Sheng let down his guard, he used the flying sword technique to pierce Lin Sheng's chest. Then, he used both of his fists that were filled with the power of the stars to send Lin Sheng flying. This continuous attack had exhausted all of Yi Hao's spirit energy and strength, so he needed to rest quietly. "It seems like I was right to find you." A 9th-level spirit emperor defeated a 3rd-level spirit monarch. Amazing, amazing. Yu Xiaoqiu didn't praise people easily, maybe because of his personality, but at this moment, he really admired Yi Hao. Chapter 1533. Yi Hao took a few deep breaths, and his face was a little pale. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Yu Xiaoqiu asked with concern. "No, You said something wrong. Yi Hao sat cross-legged and said weakly, I only sent Lin Sheng flying, but I didn't defeat him. Bang! A fiery red sword flew past and stabbed into the ground not far behind Yi Hao. Yu Shaoqiu was stunned as he looked at Lin Sheng, who was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Sheng's wound was no longer bleeding. Although he looked a little battered, the majestic spiritual power made Yu Shaoqiu feel a trace of despair. Yes, that's the look in your eyes. Keep it up, and maybe I won't kill you. Lin Sheng looked at Yu Shaoqiu with burning eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Yi Hao and said fiercely, I didn't expect my spiritual power to be useless against you. Yi Hao, you're good. Yi Hao looked at Lin Sheng's wound and said indifferently, you must have used your extremely cold spiritual power to stop your wound temporarily. Where's your silver skin? Why don't you show it? Lin Sheng sneered. Even so, how long can you last? With your bronze skin, I'm afraid you can't beat me. A third-order spirit emperor is indeed powerful. I'm not your opponent now. What other trump cards do you have? Hurry up and use them. The two of them talked back and forth, and neither of them had the intention to answer the other. Yi Hao looked up at the sky and stared at the blinding sunlight. He muttered, I give up. The spirit emperor is indeed the spirit emperor. I am no match for him. Just kill me. Yu Shaoqiu was at a loss. He had just thought of running away, but then he dismissed it. Run? Where could he run to? Lin Yi asked Lin Sheng to follow him. It was obvious that he didn't want him to live. Lin Sheng walked closer slowly and sneered, a lowly person will always be a lowly person. Why do you have to struggle before you're willing to die? You've done so much, but in the end, isn't it useless? Seeing that you still have a trace of self-awareness, I'll leave you a whole corpse. 3 feet of ice, rise. With Lin Sheng as the center, many icicles suddenly drilled out from the ground one after another. These icicles sparkled under the sunlight, revealing a trace of life-threatening coldness. Soon, Lin Sheng's body was covered with icicles. Those icicles also rushed in Yi Hao's direction. Just as the icicles were about to pierce through Yi Hao's body, he took out a fiery red bead and sneered, You want to kill me? 1 T out. At the same time, Yi Hao raised his head and shouted, Devour the heavens. They're coming. On the roof, a small dog shook its body and finally jumped down. Then, a huge magical beast crashed to the ground. The moment it landed, 2 figures came to sit on top of its head. The demonic beast roared and soared into the air, flying away from this place. Just as the demonic beast flew away, the fiery red bead exploded around Lin Sheng. A blazing and huge amount of spiritual energy spread out. The whole village was annihilated in the void. When the spiritual energy fluctuation came, Yu Shaoqiu, who was standing on the forehead of the sky-devouring beast, faintly heard a scream. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-order spirit monarch. The reward is a sunshot divine bow. Divine bow? Yi Hao thought for a moment. He could give it to Ju Dong, so he put it away. Kid, I helped you with something. The heaven-devouring beast, who was flying through the air, suddenly spoke up. This time doesn't count. This time doesn't count. I was the one who killed them. You just took us away. This doesn't count. Yi Hao shook his head like a rattledrum, resolutely refusing to admit it. Yu Shaoqiu sat silently and didn't interrupt. Why doesn't it count? I saved your life. If you did it from the beginning to the end, then it counts. The sky-devouring beast rolled its eyes and said slyly, How about this? Let me take a look at your cultivation method. Then we'll call it even. Yi Hao sneered in his heart, Well done, devouring heaven. So you were waiting for me here. Okay. Really? Yi Hao was a little excited. Of course it's true. Yi Hao smiled and said, Okay, put us down first. You can't expose yourself for the time being. We'll go on our own. Okay. Thus, the 2 humans and 1 beast stopped beside a stream. In the evening, in full moon Imperial City, the 2 men in black met in a tavern near the palace. One of the men in black with 2 swords asked the other man with a folding fan, How is it? Have you arranged everything? The man in black with the folding fan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Everything is ready. When the time comes, we can take action." Okay. The two of them sat in the wine shop and pretended to continue drinking. They drank until the moon was high in the sky and the wine shop closed. The two drunk men helped each other to an alley. When they saw that there was no one around, they immediately sobered up and covered their faces. The two of them looked at each other and then separated. At this time, people were leaving the full moon imperial palace. The banquet was coming to an end and everyone was going back to sleep. When they walked out of the palace, some officials and nobles were whispering to each other. "Hey, do you think Lin Xianghua is going to spend the night in the palace again? Isn't that normal? From what I know, Lin Xianghua has slept with all the beauties in the palace. He didn't even let go of some pretty maids. Oh my God, then the hat on His Majesty's head." This was the current situation in the full moon empire. The emperor was weak and the officials were strong. Not long after those high-ranking officials and nobles left, 42 shadows sneaked into the palace. After they sneaked into the palace, they didn't rush to gather together. Instead, they followed the palace map and quietly came to a luxurious palace to lie in ambush. This palace was Huala Palace, where concubine Hua lived. It was said that the full moon emperor doted on concubine Hua very much. He would come to Huala Palace every night and spend some time with her. There was a hidden corner near Huala Palace. Two people were squatting in the corner. They were the drunkards who pretended to be drunk in the wine shop. "Brother Wu, the security of the palace is too lax." Wu Wenyong, who was holding a folding fan, said calmly, "It's like this after the banquet. Don't worry. I'm worried that the full moon emperor won't come. That would be bad. It's probably not time yet. Let's wait." Du Xing, who was holding two swords, stared at Huala Palace. Chapter 1534. The waning moon hung high in the sky. Dozens of figures appeared at the entrance of Huala Palace. They were all palace maids and eunuchs. Wu Wenyong stood in a hidden corner and observed carefully. He found that the position of these palace maids and eunuchs was a little strange, as if they were guarding something. Looking closely, in the middle of the crowd, there was a skinny young man in a bright yellow dragon robe. His face was pale and he looked around frantically. That person is probably the emperor of Full Moon Kingdom. Du Xing looked in the direction Wu Wenyong pointed and saw the eye-catching dragon robe. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He smiled and said, after waiting for so long, he finally appeared. "Wait a little longer. We'll sneak in." Okay. After about 2 hours, Wu Wenyong felt that it was about time. He imitated a partridge and let out a few soft screeches. Then, the sounds of partridges could be heard intermittently around Huala Palace. Wu Wenyong put away his folding fan and Du Xing carried his twin sabers. The two of them sneaked to the entrance of Huala Palace and snapped the guard's neck when he was about to fall asleep. The two of them quietly opened the palace door. Suddenly, dozens of black figures jumped out of the darkness and flashed past. Wu Wenyong and Du Xing looked at each other, disposed of the corpse, and quietly closed the palace door. The entrance of Huala Palace fell silent again. At the city gate of Full Moon Imperial City, there were 5 men in black who looked exhausted. The 5 of them had come all the way from the Green Mountain Imperial City. Their goal was to find Wu Wenyong and Du Xing, and to tell them not to act rashly. They were to hide in the Full Moon Imperial City and wait for the young emperor's next instruction. Ju Tong said to a man beside him, "Old Zhu, you're the best at gathering information. We'll have to rely on you for Du Xing and Du Xing's whereabouts." "No problem." Zhu Gui nodded and then disappeared into the darkness. The remaining 4 people found an inn and checked in. What they didn't expect was that Wu Wenyong and Du Xing, who they were looking for, had already sneaked into the palace and were carrying out their plan. On the border of Green Mountain Empire, a team of several thousand people had set up camp. On the camp, there was an apricot yellow flag that fluttered in the wind. The word Qing was embroidered on the flag. This group was the Qing army, and the leader was naturally the head of the Qing family, Qing Yunji. Ling Junyun was worried that Tianyuan Kingdom wouldn't last long under Full Moon Kingdom's attack, so she let Qing Yunji's men lead the Qing family first. The Full Moon Empire had already received news of the Green Mountain Empire's military movements. They were currently discussing the military situation in a large tent. Wang Jian was still sitting in the main seat, and the Lin family and his trusted generals were still sitting on his left and right. What was different from before was that the Lin family was missing Lin Sheng, who was a third-level spirit monarch, while the trusted generals were missing the brave and aggressive Yu Shaoqiu. General, what do you think of the mobilization of the Qingshan Empire? Lin Yi cupped his hands and asked Wang Jian. Wang Jian seemed to be absent-minded and did not answer. What do you think, Great General? Lin Yi's voice became louder. Wang Jian finally turned his head and looked at him. He asked, General Lin, where is the second head of the Lin family? Why isn't he here for such an important military meeting? Lin Yi looked at Wang Jian's sharp eyes and felt a little guilty. He said, Second uncle has his own private matters to deal with. I'm in charge of this expedition. Private matters? Wang Jian was expressionless. I hope it's not a private matter. General, what do you mean? Lin Yi's face was pale. Wang Jian was indifferent. He slowly got up and walked to the door of the tent. He opened the curtain and was about to leave when he thought of something. He turned back and said, Oh right, General Lin will be in charge of military meetings from now on. You don't have to ask me. General Wang Jian, what do you mean? Isn't it what you want? Wang Jian tilted his head and said, Oh right, there's one more thing. Yi San Jiao is Yi Hao. The Green Mountain Empire will definitely help you. If you don't want to return empty-handed, you should fight quickly. After that, Wang Jian left. Back in his tent, Wang Jian took out a pot of wine and 2 empty bowls. He drank alone. He looked at the empty seat opposite him with a sorrowful expression and murmured, Yu Shaoqiu, please don't die. If you die, don't say that you're my disciple when you go to the underworld. Bang! The whole pot of wine was thrown to the ground by Wang Jian. The wine splashed everywhere. In the conference tent. Lin Yi looked gloomy as he sat where Wang Jian just sat today. The other generals in the tent hurriedly got up and walked to Lin Yi. They stood respectfully. There was no need to be a clear division in the tent. The generals here were either from the Lin family or had surrendered to the Lin family. In their view, Wang Jian thought he couldn't beat the Lin family, so he directly abdicated. Congratulations, General Lin. Congratulations, General Lin. Yes, General. You're now in charge of the military and political power. Who doesn't agree with you? That's right. Even Wang Jian, although he's a general, has to obediently give up his position to you. Ha ha ha. Although Lin Yi's ears were filled with flattery, his expression did not ease up. Instead, it was somewhat gloomy. A junior of the Lin family saw Lin Yi's worry and said, General Lin, are you worried about the Qingshan Empire? That's right. Lin Yi said in a deep voice, although I don't like Wang Jian, his last sentence is right. Yi Hao is Yi Hao, and Yi Hao is the emperor's son-in-law of the Qingshan Empire. If we attack the Tianyuan Empire now, the Qingshan Empire won't just sit by and watch. The military deployment of the Qingshan Empire is the best proof. No way. The person was puzzled. With our relationship with the Qingshan Empire, even if the Qingshan Empire comes to help, they won't go all out. No, no, no. Lin Yi shook his head and said, the Qingshan Empire is no longer the Qingshan Empire of the past. Now that they have a new master, we have to be careful. Then what do you mean, General Lin? Lin Yi stood up and slammed his hands on the table. He said in a deep voice, pass down my order. Gather the entire army tomorrow morning. Our target is the new Tianyuan city. Don't delay any longer. Launch the final attack and wipe them out. Yes, sir. Everyone received the military order and retreated. Lin Yi stroked his big belly and sat on his seat. He snorted coldly, Mitch, so what if the Qingshan Empire goes all out? 10,000 of us against 1,000 of you. I'm afraid you won't even last 2 hours. Ha 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 ha. In the Tianyuan Empire, beside an unknown stream, a young man in black slowly opened his red eyes. Chapter 1535. The middle-aged man named Wang Jian, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the furious Yu Shaoqiu and said lightly, "Remove him from the military post, lock him up in the military tent, and don't let him out without my order." "Yes." Immediately, 2 soldiers rushed out from the left and right, and escorted Yu Shaoqiu out slowly. Before Yu Shaoqiu left, he cursed, "Wang Jian, are you crazy? You are the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. How can you be so indecisive?" "Wang Jian, Brother Lin, Yu Shaoqiu's temper is too impulsive. Please forgive him for his disrespectful words. I will deal with this kind of thing seriously, you can rest assured." The young man with white eyebrows smiled. With the general's words, "I, Lin Sheng, am relieved. Since the policy has been decided, I will not disturb the general." Lin Sheng got up, and Lin Yi and others followed behind. The Lin family coldly glanced at the other people in the military tent and slowly left. When they left, the other generals who were swept by the Lin family stood up with a flattering face and respectfully sent the Lin family out of the military tent. Wang Jian looked at the empty tent, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. When the sky was about to turn dark, Wang Jian calmly returned to his tent with a jar of wine. As soon as he opened the tent curtain, a powerful arm directly swept over. Wang Jian did not look at it, his right hand gently pushed, and the figure who wanted to sneak attack him stumbled and hit the tea table in the middle of the tent. Wang Jian ordered the guards in the tent, "Go, watch from the outside." "Yes." Then, only Wang Jian and Yu Shaoqiu, who was dismissed by Wang Jian, were left in the tent. Wang Jian came to the opposite of Yu Shaoqiu and sat down. He took out 2 empty bowls, poured himself a bowl, and drank it up. He quietly recalled the piercing taste of the liquor, and a smile appeared on his calm face. "Smile? You can still smile like this." The more Yu Shaoqiu thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to smash the jar of wine directly on the head of the person in front of him, but thinking that this person was his master, he suppressed the anger in his heart. "Smile? Why can't I smile?" Wang Jian said with a self-deprecating tone, "I have been in the army for 20 years, and I have always been proud of protecting the royal family. But at this moment, I feel a little ashamed." Yu Shaoqiu also understood his master's experience, so he didn't say anything. Wang Jian threw away his pen and joined the army when he was 17 years old. From a small foot soldier, step by step, he became a great general today. And the reason he joined the army was because he was dissatisfied with the big clans bullying the royal family. He believed that the royal family should rule over all the other clans and be high and mighty. They didn't need to look at other people's faces or bow and bend their knees. However, the previous emperor had passed away early, leaving behind only a 5-year-old child to guard the estate. The lord was weak and the ministers were strong. Naturally, the child would be controlled by the major families. Wang Jian couldn't bear to see this, so he decided to join the army, and then went to the imperial court to remove the ministers and take over the lord. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The little emperor, who had grown up under the control of the major families, was now 25 years old, but his heart was still as timid as a child. He had never grown up. And the days where the various clans fought each other had gradually become the Lin clan's sole power. It wouldn't be long before the national surname would become Lin. Wang Jian only felt that his more than 20 years of hard work had gone down the drain, so at the moment he was somewhat self-deprecating. This Lin clan is really getting more and more presumptuous. They obviously don't understand military affairs, but they insist on giving orders. "Master, can you bear it?" Yu Shaoqiu picked up the wine jar and directly drank a big mouthful. "I can't bear it, but so what? His Majesty told me before leaving that I will make the decision for small things, and Lin Sheng will make the decision for big things. Isn't it obvious that the Lin clan will control the situation? In that case, why do we need to go to war with them? His Majesty is really too old, but he still doesn't know anything." "Pa." Wang Jian slapped Yu Shaoqiu's face heavily. His eyes were wide open and his fists were clenched. Yu Shaoqiu was not afraid. He growled, "Master, That is a hopeless case. You have already wasted 20 years on him. Don't tell me you want to waste the rest of your life. With your ability, with your strength, it would be better to go to any empire than to be bullied here. You Xiaoqiu, shut up. Wang Jian, I want you to recognize the reality so that you can make early plans. You unfilial disciple. After saying that, the two of them swung their arms and started fighting in the tent. This fight was different from other fights. It was a physical fight without using spiritual power. Clang, clang. The sound of things shattering could be heard in the tent. At the same time, in Yueluan Imperial City, in an inconspicuous inn, a middle-aged man in black with two long swords found a corner and sat down. He carefully tasted the food and wine on the table. Not long after, a young man in blue with a folding fan in his hand walked in. He looked around, then sat down beside the man in black. How is it? The man in black threw 2 peanuts into his mouth and asked. The young man took a sip of wine and took a deep breath. Then, he said, I have the location of the palace and the map of the terrain. When the time comes, we will sneak into the palace and force the Yueluan Empire to submit. We will definitely be able to force the Yueluan Empire to retreat. How do we force the Yueluan Emperor to submit? Not to mention that he has so many guards, even if we can find a chance, with the Yueluan Emperor's strength, will it work? The man in black was doubtful. The young man chuckled and said, Brother Du, you worry too much. I have already heard that the Yueluan Emperor will hold a banquet in the palace in 2 days. During the banquet, the security will be tight. But what about after the banquet, especially when it is late at night? You mean we can do it then? That's right. We have so many people. Even if the Yueluan Emperor is powerful, so what? Okay, then we will do as you say. The two of them discussed the details for a while, then left. They were Wu Wenyong and Du Xing, who had hurried from Qingshan Imperial City to Yueluan Imperial City. After they arrived, they each led 20 people to settle down in different places. Then, Wu Wenyong went out to gather information. Finally, he found a chance. 2 days later, they would sneak into the palace and force the Yueluan Emperor to retreat. On the border of Qingshan Empire, a man in black with a tired expression stood. He looked at the few remaining spirit coins in his interspatial ring and smiled bitterly. In order to save time, he kept looking for cities and then used the teleportation formations in the cities to hurry. Finally, he arrived at the border of Qingshan Empire before dawn. Chapter 1536. The middle-aged man smiled ferociously and threw the corpse in front of the Moonwheel Emperor. He looked at Wu Wenyong and the other person lying on the ground and said, Your Majesty, did you hire these assassins to put on a show for me? They are too weak. Wu Wenyong and the other person were even more confused. They were going to attack the Moonwheel Emperor. They didn't expect such an old monster to be lying on his bed. Moreover, the Moonwheel Emperor seemed to be very afraid of him. The two of them couldn't understand. The Moonwheel Emperor looked at the palace maid who was no longer breathing. His hands and feet were cold. He trembled as he crawled to the middle-aged man. He explained, Prime Minister, you've misunderstood. I don't know these people. They have nothing to do with me. Prime Minister, please understand. Oh, really? The middle-aged man grabbed the Moonwheel Emperor's hair and looked at him with a smile. The Moonwheel Emperor looked as if he had seen a demon. He nodded frantically. Cough, cough. Wu Wenyong coughed lightly and asked in confusion, Who exactly are you? Why is your spiritual chi so strange? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Wenyong as if he was an idiot. He laughed and said, Your Majesty, this person still doesn't know who I am. Why don't you tell him? Okay. No problem. The Moonwheel Emperor's lips trembled. He gathered his courage and said, This is the Prime Minister of the Moonwheel Empire, the head of the Moonwheel Lin family. He is my Prime Minister, Lin Feng. The two of them understood immediately. They regretted it a little. Slap. Lin Feng slapped the Moonwheel Emperor's face and said angrily, You're just a kid. How dare you call me by my name? Prime Minister, I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. A clear palm print appeared on the Moonwheel Emperor's sickly face. However, the Moonwheel Emperor didn't get angry. He just kowtowed again and again. My dear, come here. Lin Feng waved to the noble concubine. The concubine understood and hurriedly crawled to Lin Feng's leg. She started massaging his leg skillfully. Yes, it feels good, Lin Feng replied. You're not the young emperor's people? Then I'm curious about your identities. Everyone in Yueluan Kingdom knows that the harem is my backyard, but you guys don't know that you're from Tianyuan? Lin Feng was shrewd and ruthless. He immediately guessed Wu Wanyong's identity. After all, only people from the Tianyuan Empire would dare to assassinate him at this juncture. Du Xing didn't say anything. Instead, it was Wu Wenyong who let out a strange bird cry. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the house, and the sound became softer and softer. Lin Feng got up and angrily shouted, Do you really think this old man's back garden is your market? That you can come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Open. Boom. An aura that surpassed that of a spirit emperor quietly filled the room. Wu Wenyong and Xiao Yang looked at the bed again and found that the middle-aged man had already disappeared, leaving behind only a man and a woman who were crying bitterly. Soon, screams of agony could be heard from outside the house. Du Xing lay on the ground, his eyes red. His clenched right hand fiercely pounded the ground. Wu Wenyong sighed softly and said, It's over. A fourth-order spirit emperor. This time, we're dead. Not long after, Lin Feng, whose hands were stained with blood, walked into the room with a smirk on his face. There was a trail of bloody footprints on the floor of the room. Men, take these two away and wait for their punishment. Yes. Out of nowhere, 4 guards in black armor walked out and dragged Wu Wenyong and his companion out. When Wu Wenyong and Li Chia were dragged away, the room was filled with miserable screams, sobs, and unbridled laughter. The next day, early in the morning, the Full Moon Empire's army gathered together and formed 4 square formations. At the front of the 4 square formations, there was a huge platform. A pot-bellied man rode a fiery red horse and stood on the platform. The man held a horsewhip in his hand and pointed to the sky. All troops, according to the military order, march in order and march to Tianyuan New City. Yes. Kill. 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 Under Lin Yi's lead, 10,000 soldiers of the Full Moon Empire charged toward Tianyuan New City. On the other side, on a mountain 5 miles away from Tianyuan New City, Hu Sanyang and the others held an emergency military meeting. In the big tent, there was a heavy atmosphere. At this time, Tianyuan New City finally welcomed its master back. On the city wall, Yu Ying was patrolling as usual. Suddenly, 2 men appeared in front of him. One of them was dressed in black, and the other was thin and weak. Yu Ying looked at the man in black with tears in his eyes. He choked and said, Your Majesty, you're finally back. Yi Hao supported Yu Ying, who was about to kneel, and smiled. Yes, I'm back. Tianyuan won't die. Yes. Yu Ying nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. Oh right, why don't I see Sanyang and the others? Thus, Yu Ying told Yi Hao everything that happened during this period of time. Yi Hao frowned. He took out a space ring and handed it to Yu Ying. There are many 4th-grade pills in here. Distribute them as soon as possible so that everyone can improve their combat strength. We'll go to the front line now. Yes. Yu Ying took the space ring excitedly with a smile on his face. Then, the two left Tianyuan New City and rushed to the mountain 5 miles away. On the way, Yi Hao said to Yu Shaoqiu, Didn't you tell me that you're proficient in spiritual arrays? I don't want you to win. I just want you to hold on until Qingshan sends people over. Is there a problem? Although there aren't many people, with the help of spiritual arrays, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, I know the situation of the Full Moon Empire's army. Yu Shaoqiu nodded. He didn't think there was a problem. Okay. Yi Hao took out a black imperial jade seal and handed it to Yu Shaoqiu. Take this and find Sanyang. Sanyang and the others will help you. You're not going? Yu Shaoqiu was surprised. If I go, what about that annoying master of yours? Yu Shaoqiu was silent. Okay, just do as I say. Hold on until Qingshan sends people over. Okay. Yu Shaoqiu responded and rushed to the camp on the mountain. Yi Hao stretched and walked slowly on the road. At this time, the sky-devouring beast in Yi Hao's arms poked its head out and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to die again? What are you talking about? I can't beat a third-level Spirit Emperor, but can't I beat a second-level Spirit Emperor?" Yi Hao rolled his eyes. TSK, the sky-devouring beast stuck out its tongue and asked, "When are you going to lend me that skill for reference? Look at your greedy face. Here." Yi Hao moved his mind and 4 pieces of silver-white paper appeared in the air. The sky-devouring beast let out a strange cry and disappeared with the 4 pieces of silver-white paper in its arms. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. "Even if I give it to you, you might not be able to understand it." Then, he slowly released his aura. At the end of the Full Moon Empire's army, there was an old horse that was struggling to follow the army. Chapter 1537. Beside the old horse, there was a middle-aged man with a short sword at his waist and a jug of wine in his hand. The man looked at his beloved horse and murmured, "You're old, and I'm old too. I can't do it anymore. In the past, other than me, you had someone else to accompany you. Now, I'm the only one with you. Forget it, let's not talk about this sad thing. Come, let's drink." As he spoke, the middle-aged man picked up the jug of wine in his hand. The old horse struggled to open its mouth. The man slowly tilted the jug in his hand and poured a large mouthful of wine before stopping. After drinking the wine, the old horse shivered and felt much better. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the aura at the front of the group and seemed to feel something. He put away the jug of wine and stroked the horse's maner. He whispered, "Old friend, I'm afraid you'll have to walk the last part of your life by yourself." The old horse whined sadly. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a smile. In the end, he ruthlessly slapped the horse's butt. The old horse cried out in pain and ran out, but in the opposite direction of the group. The man took out the jug of wine and drank the last mouthful. He roared and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. At the front of the procession, the fiery red horse under Lin Yi was startled. Lin Yi almost fell off the horse's back. The person beside him pointed at the stream of light and said, "General, isn't that the great general? Where is he going?" Lin Yi was silent, but his eyes were fixed on the direction Wang Jian had gone. "Forget it, let's not care about him. Let's speed up and reach Qianyuan New City as soon as possible." "Yes." In a tent 5 miles away from Qianyuan New City. In the end, it was Sanyang who broke the silence in the tent. "The latest news is that the Yueluan Empire's army has set out. They're less than 15 miles away from us. What's the plan?" Everyone remained silent. Zhu Dong frowned and said, "Sanyang, the enemy's strength is 10 times that of ours. This battle is not going to be easy." "That's right, and they have a spirit monarch expert with them. The quality of their Spirit Emperor practitioners is also higher than ours. No matter how you look at it, this is a losing battle." "No." Yi Yi stood up, walked to the sand table, and said in a low voice, "This isn't necessarily a war that we will lose. We can wait patiently for them to exhaust themselves, arrange the spirit array, and use the geographical advantage to deal with them." "That's right." Hu Sanyang also came to the sand table and said, "As far as I know, the Qing Mountain Empire has already sent the Qing clan as the vanguard. They have already entered the Heaven Origin region." "Really?" The 1,000-pill ancestor said excitedly, "If that's the case, then this war will be fought." "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Sanyang glared back. Huyen Zhuo was confused and asked, "But only the young emperor knows how to set up a spiritual array. If the young emperor isn't here, no one can set up a spiritual array." "Don't worry about that, General, you can come out." Hu Sanyang shouted outside the tent. Immediately after, a thin and weak man walked in. Hu Sanyang introduced him to everyone. "This is General Yu, sent by the young emperor. He is proficient in spirit arrays and can help us set them up." Everyone was surprised and asked questions one after another. Yu Shaoqiu smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I was sent by the young emperor. After the young emperor came out of the ancestral worship ground, he learned that the Yueluan Empire was going to attack the Heaven Origin region, so he sent me to help first. He will be here soon. Haha, since the young emperor sent you, then we can rest assured." Hu Yanzhe stood up and hugged Yu Shaoqiu, laughing. The thousand-pill ancestor asked again, "Even if we can set up a spiritual array, what should we do when there are spirit emperors on the other side?" Yu Shaoqiu came to the side of the thousand-pill ancestor, picked up the wine on the table, and drank a mouthful. He laughed and said, "The Yueluan Empire only has one spirit emperor now. Naturally, someone will deal with him. Don't worry, everyone. Our enemies are the spirit emperors of the Yueluan Empire. Don't worry about anything else. This is the young emperor's decree." Speaking of this, Yu Shaoqiu took out the black jade seal. Everyone was shocked and knelt down. "We obey the young emperor's decree." The thousand-pill ancestor, Zhu Dong, and the others were very familiar with this black jade seal. If they didn't have this black jade seal, they wouldn't have been able to take down the beast-sealed empire. Now that they saw this jade seal in Yu Shaoqiu's hand, everyone's doubts about Yu Shaoqiu were dispelled. Therefore, the entire camp began to move under Yu Shaoqiu's signal. Everything was in order. When it was close to noon, the Yueluan Empire's army of 10,000 people finally arrived at the foot of the mountain 5 miles away from Tianyuan New City. Lin Yi rode his horse and stood at the forefront of the army. He looked at the upper camp, which was less than 1 mile away from the mountain, and sneered, "Hey, it's only 13 camps and 1,000 cultivators. How can they compete with us? The Yueluan Empire is mighty. The Lin family is mighty." The voices of 10,000 people resounded through the sky, and the smile on Lin Yi's face became more and more brilliant. In a desert less than 10 miles away, a young man dressed in black looked at the little dog that was scratching its ears and cheeks not far away and laughed. The little dog looked at the 4 heavenly books, and its heart was in a daze. "How can there be words that I don't understand? How can this be? Have I lived for hundreds of years in vain? What words are these? Why haven't I seen them before?" Then, the sky-devouring beast looked at Yi Hao, who was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. The sky-devouring beast was furious and said angrily, "I was wondering why he was so generous to show me the cultivation technique. It turns out that he's bullying me because I can't understand the words on it." The sky-devouring beast held the 4 pieces of paper in its mouth and walked over aggressively. It placed the papers on the ground and said angrily, "This is a remnant of the scroll. There's only the first half and not the second half. You're cheating. Where's the second half?" Yi Hao shrugged and kept the 4 pieces of paper. The sky-devouring beast hurriedly tried to grab them, but it missed and ate a mouthful of sand. "Who told you that I have the complete version of the stellar moon transformation?" The sky-devouring beast was confused and asked, "You really only have the first half?" "Nonsense. Why wouldn't I give you the complete version?" Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "You can't understand it anyway." "You." The sky-devouring beast was speechless for a moment. It then looked into the distance and saw a stream of light approaching slowly. It said temptingly, "How about this? You translate the contents of the paper to me, and I'll help you deal with that old man." "No need. That's a second-order spirit monarch. You really..." Ouch. The sky-devouring beast was kicked away by Yi Hao and fell into the sand pit. Then, Yi Hao patted the dust off his body and looked at the middle-aged man with a short sword at his waist with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man stopped and asked, "The champion of the Heavenly Street Convention, Yi Sangao?" "Yes." "The emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Yi Hao?" "Yes." "That's right." The middle-aged man smiled and took the short sword. Chapter 1538. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Yi covered his round belly and asked with a smile, "Are all the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin realm on this mountain?" "Yes, General." A man who looked like an advisor rode his horse to Lin Yi's side and said with a smile, "Our men have been keeping an eye on this area. They didn't find anything unusual." "Ha ha ha, good, Got it. Lin Yi laughed heartily and ordered, Lin Feng, yes. A young general jumped off his horse and knelt down in front of Lin Yi. I order you to lead your men and surround this mountain. Remember, don't let anyone escape. I don't want to see anyone escape. Yes, sir, shouted Lin Feng. He took out a square formation and surrounded Gao Shan. Lin Hua, Lin Shui, lead your men and attack immediately. After 2 hours, I will sit on the mountain and reward you. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The sound of horse hooves gradually rose. In the chaos, there was order. 2 square formations with a total of 5,000 cultivators of the Spirit Emperor realm led by the 2 juniors of the Lin family of Yueluan Kingdom to charge at the mountain. He, father, what about me? Behind Lin Yi, there was a young general with a strong body and a small belly. He looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Go. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently and said, Why are you joining in the fun? War is so dangerous. You can just stay by my side. What about military merits? Yours, it's all yours. Thank you, father. The young general bowed and thanked him. Lin Yu, what did you just call me? Lin Yi stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu panicked and quickly changed her words. No, thank you, General Lin. That's more like it. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and let Lin Yu leave. The people around were used to this scene. Although Lin Yu didn't have much ability, she was born into a good family and was the eldest son of Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter how outstanding the other children were, no matter how successful they were just paving the way for Lin Yu. Lin Hua and Lin Shui received the order and led the troops to stop at the foot of the mountain. Lin Hua looked back and said with some dissatisfaction, Father is still so biased. No matter how outstanding we can't compare to Lin Yu. That's enough. Lin Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't say any more. Let's take down this mountain first. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for Father's whip. Lin Hua looked at the 13 empty military tents on the mountain and said in disdain, You don't have to go. Just wait for me here. It's just 1,000 cultivators. It's a piece of cake. Everyone, dismount. Before Lin Shui could say anything, Lin Hua had already led the Spirit Emperor cultivators wearing the waning moon armor to the mountain. General, what should we do? A guard beside Shui Lin asked. Just wait. Shui Lin gripped her whip tightly. She did not care about the 13 tents on the mountain. After all, they were a 5th-rank empire, and they naturally felt superior to empires that were 1 rank lower than them. The mountain was not high. Lin Hua and the others soon arrived at the entrance of the camp. They slammed the door open and rushed in. They pulled out their swords and sabers, ready to fight. Lin Hua stood in the center and shouted, Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The soldiers obeyed the order and rushed to the various tents. However, the expected fierce battle did not happen because they found that the tents were all empty. There was not a single person. General, my tent is empty. Mine is empty too. There's not a single person on our side either. More and more reports came from all directions. Lin Hua's face was gloomy as he muttered, Empty? That's impossible. Our people have been keeping an eye on them. If they retreated quietly, they should have noticed something. At this moment, numerous arrows suddenly appeared in the sky. The arrowheads of these arrows were all covered in flames. They covered the sky and pressed down on them. Not good. There's an ambush. Lin Hua's face became more and more unsightly. However, he still immediately organized a defense and shouted, Don't panic. Stand together and activate the spiritual array. Yes. Just as the arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were about to fall, a light blue barrier lit up from the crowd. The arrows all landed on the light blue barrier and bounced to the ground. They were unable to penetrate the barrier. Lin Hua looked at the spirit stone in his hand that was glowing with a light blue pattern. He sneered, You want to hurt us with these ordinary arrows? What a joke. Lin Hua was not the only one. All the soldiers he brought were holding a spirit stone in their hands. Just as Lin Hua heaved a sigh of relief, another wave of arrows covered the sky and the earth. Unlike before, there was nothing on the arrowheads. They only flashed with a light blue light. Lin Hua's sneer deepened as he shouted, "Don't panic. These arrows are just." Before Lin Hua could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow easily pierced through the light blue barrier and went straight through the throat of a soldier beside him. The powerful impact of the arrow pierced the soldier who had already lost his breath into the ground not far away. Then, cries of pain sounded all around him. "Ah! How can this be? What kind of spirit stone is this? It doesn't work at all. How can these arrows be so powerful? Even I, a spirit emperor, can't dodge them." "Ah!" Lin Hua looked at the light blue spirit stone that fell from his hand. His eyes were dull as he asked in confusion, "Why doesn't this spirit array work on these ordinary arrows?" "General, be careful." A soldier pushed away Lin Hua, who was in a daze. Then, a sharp arrow pierced through his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Hua touched the blood on his face and finally reacted. He pulled out the long sword at his waist and roared, "Don't panic. Charge out with me." The arrows in the sky seemed to be endless. After a round of arrows was shot, there was another round. Many soldiers were shot into hedgehogs and died tragically. So when they heard that Lin Hua was about to retreat, everyone rushed to the entrance of the camp. The troops, which were originally in good order, instantly became a mess. In the desert, Yi Hao looked curiously at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked, "You are Wang Jian, General Wang?" "Yes." Wang Jian held the short sword at his waist in his hand and looked at Yi Hao calmly. "Emperor of Sky Yuan, do you have any last words?" Yi Hao was puzzled. "Hey, how can you be so sure that I can't beat you?" "Nothing else." Wang Jian's thick palm gently stroked the scabbard of the short sword and said expressionlessly, "Strength." Boom. The aura of a second-level spirit emperor soared into the sky. A surge of battle intent burned in Wang Jian's heart. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.